Chapter 2202. No. He screamed crazily, trying to escape. However, his body was cut in half by the sword chi. The armor on his body could not block the sword at all. Not only him, but the ground below and the buildings in the distance were all cut in half by the sword. In fact, the entire giant city was almost split in half. This was also because of the array formation's protection. Otherwise, the entire flame city would have been destroyed. What? The city lord was killed. How was this possible? Everyone was stunned. The city lord's body was cut in half and fell to the ground. Blood dyed the ground red. Lin Xian was like a god fiend. He stood in the air, surrounded by killing intent. Looking at this scene, these people were terrified. As for the warriors in the city lord's mansion, they screamed and tried to escape. However, Lin Xian waved his hand and the dragon's sword's spiritual domain flew out. It quickly expanded and covered thousands of miles. Sword chi fell and killed all the warriors in the city lord's mansion. The 5 elite almighties wanted to block, but they could not. In an instant, all the warriors in the city lord's mansion, including the city lord, were killed. Blood gathered into a river and flowed in Flame City. The pungent smell of blood made people want to vomit. Some people even fainted from fright. It could not be helped. This scene was too terrifying. Lin Xian looked down and said coldly, "Tell the first prince that this is the outcome of trying to kill me." With that, he snorted and waved his sleeve. He turned around and soared into the sky, disappearing into the void. It was not until Lin Xian left for a long time that these people came back to their senses. Then they all exclaimed, "Lin Xian, he was the wanted Lin Xian. Are you saying that he is the one who killed the legendary Golden Lion King? Heavens, it was really him. Only he could be so powerful to destroy the entire city, Lord's mansion." Cries of surprise could be heard one after another. It was obvious that they knew about Lin Xian as well. After all, the Tai dynasty had already issued an imperial edict. There was probably no one in the Tai dynasty who did not know. However, very few people had seen Lin Xian before. That was why they didn't recognize him earlier. It wasn't until Lin Xian's final words that they realized that the person in front of them was the ruthless devil who was wanted by the entire country. In an instant, Flame City was extremely shocked. This news swept across the Tai dynasty like a gust of wind. However, this matter was not over yet. Previously, when Lin Xian had entered Flame City, the Flame City Lord wasn't the only one who had received the news. 2 other factions had also received the news. Come to think of it, they should be arriving soon. On the other side, Lin Xian destroyed Flame City and collected all the cultivation resources within before leaving. His current target was one of the 12 main cities because there was a super teleportation array there. They could only leave the Tai dynasty by using the super transmission array. Just as Lin Xian was deciding which direction to head to, a few figures suddenly appeared behind him. Their eyes shone brightly as they stared at the blurry silhouette before them. Their lips curled into a cold smile. "It's that brat. I didn't expect to meet him here. It seems that even the heavens are helping us. Once we capture him, we can be crowned kings." 3 figures appeared in the void. They looked at Lin Xian's figure in the distance and sneered. They had received the news and rushed over from other cities. They didn't know what had happened in Flame City. Therefore, they didn't know that Lin Xian's current strength was extremely terrifying. The 3 of them planned to launch a sneak attack. 3 against 1? No matter how strong the other party was, they could kill him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After about half an hour, Lin Xian frowned because he heard the sound of something tearing through the air behind him. Therefore, he stopped and turned his head to look. As expected, 3 rays of light rushed over in a triangular formation. In an instant, they arrived beside him and surrounded him. Someone was coming to kill him again. Lin Xian frowned. However, the aura of the 3 people made his expression turn serious. They were actually 3 top-notch almighties. However, individually, Each of them wasn't as strong as the Flame City Lord's aura. However, when the three of them worked together, they were still much stronger than the Flame City Lord. "Who are you?" Lin Xian frowned because the three of them not only had powerful auras, but they were also dressed strangely. They weren't wearing luxurious robes or armor. Instead, they were wearing tattered clothes that were patched up. They looked like beggars. However, the three of them were obviously not beggars. Have you ever seen three top-notch almighties as beggars? How could these people be so poor that they couldn't even afford clothes? "Who are you?" Lin Xian asked coldly. "Who are we?" The three patched-up men snorted. "Listen carefully, we're from the Green Bamboo Gang." "Kid, you're Lin Xian, right? Come with us if you know what's good for you. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude." "What Green Bamboo Gang? I've never heard of it. If you want to capture me, you'll have to pay a painful price." Lin Xian snorted, and a terrifying aura rose from his body. "Idiot! Kid, you haven't even heard of the Green Bamboo Gang. Looks like you're really courting death." The three of them were furious. The Green Bamboo Gang was a huge force in the Tai dynasty. The Green Bamboo Gang had members all over the Tai dynasty. Moreover, there were many experts in the gang. It was terrifying. Now, the three of them were ordered to capture Lin Xian. "Kid, since you're so stubborn, don't blame us for being rude." In front of them, a middle-aged man snorted. Then he turned into a stream of light and charged at Lin Xian. Humph! The other two top-notch almighties also snorted and attacked. They didn't want to talk nonsense with Lin Xian because he had a special identity. If he escaped, or if someone else came in between, it would be troublesome. In an instant, the first middle-aged man came to Lin Xian's side with a cold smirk on his face. Then his 5 fingers turned into claws and grabbed at Lin Xian. The palm abruptly grew in size and completely enveloped Lin Xian. There was even a green light shining on his palm. It looked like he wanted to capture Lin Xian. When the middle-aged man saw that Lin Xian didn't dodge, he thought that Lin Xian was scared out of his wits. He was delighted. Capturing such a person was really easy. They had done a great job and would be rewarded when they returned. However, they were too confident. If they had been to Flame City and seen the whereabouts of the Flame City Lord, they might not be so arrogant. Unfortunately, they had just arrived from another city and didn't know what had happened in Flame City. Therefore, what awaited them was tragedy. Buzz! Indeed, in the next moment, Lin Xian's eyes shone with a terrifying light. It was like a divine sword that cut through the void. Not only that, a sharp sword qi came out of Lin Xian's body and slashed at the void. Chapter 2203. Lin Xian's eyes emitted a terrifying light that cut through the void like a divine sword. A sharp sword qi rushed out of his body and slashed into the void. Clang! Immediately after, an earth-shattering collision was heard. Then the smile on the middle-aged man's face froze, and his expression became very ugly. His heart was beating wildly, and a strong sense of danger rose from his heart. Even the blood in his body froze. Ah! In the next moment, the middle-aged man screamed crazily. His voice was heart-wrenching. That was because his palm was completely split in half. Not only that, his entire palm was cut in half. Blood and bones flowed out. The 5 fingers were connected to the heart, let alone the entire palm. The pain was so excruciating that even this top-notch almighty shrieked out in pain. This was because Lin Xian's sword light was simply too sharp. In fact, even his soul was trembling along with it. Boom! The middle-aged man was sent flying, and his blood dyed the void red. The other 2 members of the Green Bamboo Gang were also shocked. What was going on? How could the other party be so powerful? Their comrade was actually injured. How was that possible? The 3 of them were all top mighty figures. Who was this kid? How could he be so powerful? The 3 of them were shocked. They realized that things were not as simple as they had imagined. Damn it, this kid is a little tricky. He doesn't seem to be weaker than us. Let's attack together and kill him. Otherwise, it would be troublesome. One of the elders said in a deep voice. The other two nodded. The injured, middle-aged man's face was gloomy. He had already taken out a treasure from his storage ring and smeared it on his wound to stop the bleeding temporarily. However, his long and narrow eyes were filled with the fury of the previous day. How dare the other party hurt him? That was unforgivable. Buzz! Buzz! In the next moment, the three of them took out bamboo poles from their storage rings. They were not ordinary bamboo, but rather they were very magical. The bamboo poles were a meter long and were crystal clear. They were emitting an emerald green light and looked like green jade from afar. Not only that, but there were mysterious patterns on the three bamboo poles, and they emitted a mysterious aura. They thought that the Green Bamboo Gang was just a random name, but now it seemed that it had something to do with the bamboo in their hands. The aura emitted by the three bamboo poles was too unusual. Charge! The three of them held the resplendent bamboos in their hands as their auras erupted and swept across the land. When the three pinnacle almighties attacked together, their power was terrifying. Most likely, none of the top almighties would be able to fight against them alone. That was because if the three of them joined forces, they would be able to fight against a peerless almighty. However, to say that they could resist was only in theory. If they really encountered a peerless almighty, they still wouldn't be able to win. And Lin Xian's strength was equivalent to an unparalleled mighty figure. Countless cracks spread in the sky. 3 emerald green bamboos flickered nonstop, as if 3 huge green dragons were dancing in the sky. In an instant, it enveloped Lin Xian. Heavenly dragons, 8 steps. Lin Xian executed the 3 heavens dragon 8 steps and quickly dodged. In an instant, he disappeared from where he stood. Boom! The space where Lin Xian had been was blasted apart. However, Lin Xian had already left their attack range. At the same time, he pulled out the ancient Dragon Abyss sword and quickly counterattacked. Fire God's Roar! A huge flaming sword appeared in the sky. It was held by a giant that was hundreds of feet tall and slashed down. The spiritual energy in the area boiled and the air cracked. The terrifying flaming sword collided with the 3 huge dragons and instantly let out an earth-shattering sound. The 3 pinnacle almighties continued to fight. In the end, 2 waves of energy disappeared in the sky at the same time. Damn it, this kid is so strong. He can actually fight us to a draw. The 3 of them were shocked. They didn't expect that the 3 pinnacle almighties couldn't do anything to Lin Xian. Damn it, let's quickly execute the 3 elements green bamboo formation. Kill him with the formation. The 3 of them discussed for a while and quickly formed the formation. The mysterious runes on the green bamboos in their hands began to appear and float in the air. Soon, the 3 of them were about to form a magical formation. A terrifying and monstrous power surged from the 3 of them. However, Lin Xian wouldn't let the 3 of them successfully execute the formation. Therefore, just as the 3 of them moved, Lin Xian moved as well. The ancient Dragon Abyss sword in his hand seemed to have turned into a huge dragon and slashed down from the sky. Suddenly, it slashed at the center of the 3. A terrifying force was produced and shattered all the mysterious runes in the sky. Damn it! The formation was broken before it was completed. The 3 pinnacle almighties were furious. They kept waving their palms and launching terrifying attacks at Lin Xian. At the same time, runes appeared on the 3 of them again. They wanted to continue to set up the formation. However, at this moment, the middle-aged man whose palm was injured earlier suddenly narrowed his eyes. That was because he felt a biting, cold, killing intent appear behind him. In the next moment, he suddenly turned around and his scalp went numb. He was almost scared out of his wits. That was because he realized that Lin Xian had already arrived behind him. Damn it! How could he be so fast? The middle-aged man's face immediately turned green. He turned into a stream of light and tried to escape. Destroy! Lin Xian swung the ancient Dragon Abyss sword and slashed down. Poof! The middle-aged pinnacle almighties froze. A line of blood appeared between his eyebrows and spread down. Poof! His body was split into two halves. What? He was killed! The other two Pinnacle Almighties felt their scalps go numb when they saw this scene. What kind of joke was this? Their companion was also a Pinnacle Almighty. He was actually killed by a single sword strike. How was that possible? This kid was too terrifying. They couldn't believe it at all. However, there was no time for them to think too much about it. After Lin Xian succeeded, he used the heavenly dragon's 8 steps again and came in front of the old man. The ancient dragon abyss sword in his hand stabbed out again. Damn it, block it for me. The old man's reaction was fast enough. In an instant, he waved the green bamboo pole in his hand and blocked in front of him. On the bamboo, mysterious runes flashed and formed a green light screen to block the attack. Crack, crack, crack. When the ancient dragon abyss sword collided with the green light screen, the entire light screen instantly cracked and shattered like glass. Clang! The old man was scared out of his wits. He hurriedly waved the pole in his hand to block the attack. In the next moment, the two collided, and a huge force blasted the old man away. After retreating for a few thousand meters, the old man stopped. The blood in his body was boiling. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his eyes were filled with shock. When he saw that the bamboo in his hand had cracked, he was even more shocked. The green bamboo had an extraordinary origin. Its power and hardness were equivalent to a pinnacle treasure. However, cracks had appeared on it when it collided with the other party. What grade was the sword in the other party's hand? He couldn't believe it. Looking for recommendations, monthly votes, subscriptions, collections, rewards. 1. Chapter 2204. He wanted to escape, but countless chaotic sword chi fell from the sky and cut his body into countless pieces. What? Another one died. The last elder's scalp went numb. He didn't expect another top powerhouse to die in the blink of an eye. He couldn't believe it. So in the next moment, he quickly burned the spiritual power in his body and turned around to escape. Where do you think you're going? Lin Xian's figure flashed and blocked his way in an instant. Seeing that the other party was so fast, the elder's face was extremely ugly, because he knew that the other party's speed was far beyond his. It would be difficult for him to escape. Thinking of this, a hint of determination appeared in his eyes. In the next moment, he took out a red pill the size of a walnut and quickly swallowed it. Whoosh! Ah! In less than 2 seconds after he swallowed the pill, the elder screamed crazily. A layer of red light rose from his body, and his skin was ignited. Countless flames burned. The old man's clothes were instantly torn apart, revealing the battle armor underneath. Ah! His expression was twisted, but the aura on his body had become more powerful than before. The blood-burst pill was a pill that could increase a warrior's strength. Of course, it was a forceful increase. Although it was a temporary increase, the side effects were very terrifying. However, now that it was a matter of life and death, the elder could no longer care about the side effects. He could only deal with the young man in front of him now. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to survive now, let alone in the future. Die, kid! After the elder's strength increased, he waved his hand and smashed down with his staff. Immediately, the void was shattered. His strength had increased. Lin Xian didn't take it head-on. Instead, he used his movement technique to quickly dodge. As for the energy storm, it was destroyed by a few slashes of his sword. He looked ahead and frowned. He could clearly feel that the elder's strength was stronger than before. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly. Then, a ball of hellfire appeared on his body. At the same time, Sea God Ice appeared. The power of ice and fire intertwined on the surface of his body, and finally turned into an ice and fire giant. He was very tall, and the aura of ice and fire intertwined on his body. He was like an ice and fire martial god looking down on the world. The martial god of ice and snow reached out and grabbed at the air in front of him. The fusion of the two types of ice and energy was extremely terrifying. In an instant, the void was pierced and thousands of li were sealed in ice. It wanted to trap the elder from the azure bamboo gang. Brat, my strength has already multiplied. You're no match for me. The old man laughed sinisterly, waved the green light in his hand, and quickly counterattacked. However, when he came into contact with the power of ice and fire, his expression changed again. This was because the power of ice and fire was far beyond his imagination. Whoosh! Ah! In an instant, the old man screamed miserably as the hellfire and sea god's ice instantly enveloped him. The next moment, he felt as if his body was being ignited, as if his entire body was going to burn. As for the other side of his body, it was like 10,000 miles of ice had been sealed. The power of ice and fire. The fusion of ice and fire. Damn it, how could he be so strong? The old man roared crazily. His body trembled violently because he had never seen such a terrifying power before. Ah! The old man screamed crazily. It was extremely miserable. His hair was disheveled as he let out a sharp howl. Lord Green Bamboo, please show yourself. The old man gritted his teeth and roared. Then, with a crack, he tore off his left arm. That arm was dripping with blood, but he couldn't care less about that. He crazily placed his left arm under the green bamboo in front of him. The runes on the green bamboo flickered. Then a mouth appeared and directly swallowed the left arm. Then it began to chew on it. This scene was extremely strange. A weapon actually grew a mouth and ate an arm of a pinnacle mighty figure. One had to admit that it was really too strange. At this moment, the green bamboo ate the arm of the pinnacle mighty figure, and its entire body shone brightly. The runes on it flickered rapidly. It was incomparably mysterious and constantly enlarged. Buzz, buzz, buzz! In an instant, it turned into 100 feet tall bamboo. It shone brightly and emitted a terrifying aura. Buzz! The bamboo leaves in the sky shook and turned into a rain of light that charged forward. Everywhere it passed, the void shattered. This power was too terrifying. It could even kill a pinnacle mighty figure. What a strange bamboo! Lin Xian also frowned. He had never seen such a scene before. He still didn't know if this bamboo was a living thing or a weapon. However, facing the torrent of bamboo leaves, he quickly used his movement technique to dodge. At the same time, he waved his hands, and the terrifying power of ice and fire surged forward. Boom, boom, boom. There was an intense collision, and the energy in front of him exploded. Lin Xian's figure flashed and appeared in another direction. He used his demon sealing technique, and the terrifying sword Qi slashed on the green bamboo. A terrifying crack appeared on it. This sword strike almost split the bamboo into two halves. Roar! Pirates must die! The bamboo was also angry. As if it had really come to life, it let out a monstrous roar. In the next moment, it waved the branches in the sky and wrapped around the armless pinnacle old man. Moreover, all the bamboo leaves pierced into the old man's flesh and quickly absorbed his blood. Ah, no! Lord Green Bamboo, please spare me. The pinnacle mighty figure screamed crazily and struggled nonstop. However, he couldn't escape at all. He was nailed in the void and could only watch as his blood and energy were sucked dry by the green bamboo. Gulp! Gulp! Soon, the flesh and blood of the pinnacle mighty figure caved in, and in the end, he was only human skin. As for the green bamboo, it shone brightly. Its body shrank again, turning into a 2-meter-tall bamboo man. It had a head and 4 limbs, but its entire shape was like a puppet. Crack, crack, crack. As it moved its hands and legs, it made cracking sounds. Its movements were obviously very stiff and not as agile as humans. However, its speed was too fast, and its strength was very violent. It definitely surpassed the previous 3 pinnacle mighty figures, and was even stronger than the Flame City's city lord. What was that? Lin Xian frowned. In the next moment, he formed a seal, and the Hell's ice lotus quickly flew out. The other party was bamboo, which was also a plant type. It should be afraid of fire. Therefore, he used the hell's fire, and the raging flames enveloped the other party, wanting to burn it to ashes. However, he didn't expect the green bamboo to be so tenacious. It wasn't damaged at all by the hell's fire. Mysterious runes appeared on its body and floated in the void, blocking the hell's fire. Not only that, a pale human face appeared in the square head. It was the old man whose blood had been sucked dry. His face appeared on the bamboo man's face. It was extremely strange. Go to hell, brat. Chapter 2205. The ferocious face let out a crazy roar. Then, the light on the bamboo man's body became even more violent. The bamboo man stretched out its palm and quickly transformed into a dark green spear that emitted a cold aura. When the spear pierced out, a terrifying energy pierced through the void, and there was a rumbling sound between heaven and earth. One could imagine how terrifying that attack was. "Ha, kid, go to hell." The human face let out a sinister smile. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He felt a sense of danger. However, he did not dodge. In the next moment, he gripped the ancient Dragon Abyss sword in his hand tightly. The great dragon sword soul in his body quickly circulated. A terrifying sword principle aura swept out. Boom! The ancient Dragon Abyss sword slashed down. The terrifying sword chi tore through heaven and earth and slashed forward. In an instant, it hit the bamboo man's body, and there was a deafening rumble. "It's useless. You can't break it at all." The human face sneered disdainfully. However, in the next moment, its pupils constricted and it let out a miserable scream. That was because the runes on the bamboo man's body began to shatter. There were also cracks on the surface of its body, and they were getting bigger and bigger. No, damn it, that's impossible. The pale human face screamed crazily as if it could not believe it. That was because the origin of the bamboo was too mysterious. Even a top-grade weapon could not crack it. However, the other party's sword almost split it open. What kind of sword was that? How could it be so powerful? It could actually block my attack? Lin Xian was also surprised. He did not expect the bamboo to be so tough. But so what? Soon, he slashed out a few more sword chi. The terrifying sword chi flickered in the air and hit the bamboo man. Immediately, the cracks on the bamboo man became even bigger. Not long after, there was a loud bang and it shattered into pieces. Ah! The human face screamed, then turned into a wisp of white smoke and disappeared into the void. A pool of blood flowed out of the bamboo man's body. It was done. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief and turned to leave. However, at that moment, the void above the bamboo man suddenly tore open and a terrifying black hole appeared. Moreover, an extremely violent force surged out from within. "Damn it! How dare you destroy my clone?" A cold voice sounded, accompanied by a large green hand. Like a precious jade, it shot out of the black hole and instantly blasted forward. This palm was simply too terrifying. Everything within a radius of 100,000 miles exploded in an instant. Lin Xian also felt a terrifying sense of crisis. He instantly entered the black earth. Boom! Boom! The black earth was bombarded by the energy and was sent tumbling away. Fortunately, it was only a shock. The black tycoon was extremely tough and did not crack. The black earth slowly came to a stop after retreating for 30,000 miles. The shattered space within a radius of 100,000 miles was quickly mending itself. It didn't take long for the space to return to normal. In the distance, the black vortex also disappeared, and the large green hand also disappeared. Damn it, what the hell is that? This was too terrifying. The Crimson Dragon looked terrified. That palm strike from before had also given him a feeling of death. Fortunately, they had the black earth, which could withstand such a terrifying attack. Otherwise, all of them would have been done for by that attack just now. This was at least a peerless almighty, or an even more terrifying existence. Black Earth said in a deep voice. He did not expect such a person to make a move. Fortunately, he seemed to be very far away and could only rely on his connection with the Green Bamboo Man to make a move. Now that the Green Bamboo Man was completely shattered, he should not be able to make a move anymore. Lin Xian's gaze turned solemn. It seemed that this should be the top expert of the Green Bamboo Gang. Green Bamboo Gang, I will remember this. There will be a day when I will completely annihilate it. Lin Xian snorted coldly and then came out of the black earth. He identified the direction and moved again, leaving this place. 12 main cities. The nearest Qilin main city was more than 10 days away. However, Lin Xian was not worried about this time. He was worried that his identity would be exposed when he entered Qilin main city. After all, even Flame City could detect his tracks. As one of the 12 main cities, there must be even more terrifying experts. Moreover, these people might even guess that he wanted to use the super transmission array. Therefore, Lin Xian did not plan to enter directly. He planned to use a clone to enter and check whether it was safe or not. After flying for about 13 days, Lin Xian finally arrived at Qilin City. This city was 10 times bigger than Flame City. It was very majestic, as if a black Qilin was entrenched in the earth. As expected of one of the 12 main cities, it was incomparably majestic. Lin Xian landed in a mountain range 20,000 miles away from Qilin City. Then he created a clone. This clone was exactly the same as him. It was condensed from his pure energy. This cultivation technique came from the All Beginnings Holy Land. The moment the clone appeared, it looked at Lin Xian with a smile on its face. In the next moment, its figure flashed and it soared into the sky, preparing to head towards Qilin City. Lin Xian sat down cross-legged and silently waited. A wisp of his soul had already entered this clone. Therefore, he could also know what this clone was experiencing. This clone possessed 80% of Lin Xian's strength. It could be said that it was extremely powerful. However, it could only exist for 3 days at most. After 3 days, even if no one attacked it and it wasn't killed, it would vanish into thin air. Moreover, this clone did not have the great dragon sword soul or the heavenly secret divine eyes. Of course, none of this was important. Lin Xian's main purpose in using this clone was to check if there was any danger. A distance of 20,000 miles was nothing to Lin Xian's clone. Therefore, it didn't take long for him to arrive. With a sway of his body, Lin Xian's clone landed on the ground. He strode towards the city in front of him. As he walked, his face also changed. Buzz. When Lin Xian's clone entered Qilin City, there were at least 3 places in the city that were emitting light. Numerous figures looked at the signal in front of them and sneered. As expected, that brat came here. He wanted to use the super transmission array to leave the Tai dynasty? Fat chance. Capture him. We must deliver him to the war race. That's right, we have to act quickly. I heard that the war race has already received the news and is preparing to head to the Tai dynasty. If such a person comes and we don't capture him, who knows what will happen? Has the war race already arrived? Then we have to act quickly. Ordinary almighties shouldn't go. That brat is very powerful. Since he was able to kill the Golden Lion King, it means that he is at least a peak almighty. Or perhaps even stronger. How about this? Send 3 peak almighties and 1 exceptional almighty. We must capture him. In a magnificent palace, several old men made their decision. Chapter 2206. How about this? Send 3 top-notch mighty figures and 1 peerless mighty figure to capture him. Inside a magnificent hall, several old men made their decision. In another place, in a quaint pavilion, a woman in red and wearing a mask waved her arm. Immediately, her subordinates disappeared into the void. Go and capture him for me. In another place, in a private manor, in front of a huge lake, a man in white opened his eyes. On the surface of the lake in front of him, there was an array formation. At this moment, A message was appearing from it. That kid actually came to Chilin City? That's great. I originally wanted to look for him, but I didn't expect him to take the initiative to come to me. As he spoke, the man in white stood up. He carried a black ancient sword on his back, emitting a terrifying aura. The man in white's figure blurred and disappeared into the void like a sharp sword. In an instant, the three forces moved quickly. In an instant, they came to the street. Moreover, they quickly flew toward Lin Xian. In almost the blink of an eye, they surrounded Lin Xian. Kid, you can't run away. How dare you take the initiative to come to me? You're courting death. There were about 10 people from the three forces, and they firmly locked onto Lin Xian. The corners of Lin Xian's clone's mouth curled up into a cold smile. It seemed that it was just as the main body had guessed. There was an inescapable trap here. As soon as he entered, people surrounded him. Among them, there were at least 3 peerless mighty figures. If the main body rashly went forward, it would probably be difficult for him to escape, since he knew that there was no need for the clone to stay. Therefore, in the next moment, the corners of his mouth curled up into a sneer, and then his body suddenly exploded. Boom! The clone's energy was equivalent to 80% of Lin Xian's. It was absolutely terrifying when it exploded at this moment. In an instant, those top-notch mighty figures were directly enveloped. The 3 peerless mighty figures reacted relatively quickly and quickly distanced themselves. However, they were still affected. Among them, the clothes on one of the peerless mighty figures were blown to pieces. Another one had disheveled hair and a dark face. The third one was still fine. He was the fastest to escape, but those top-notch mighty figures were not so lucky. 2 of them got too close and were directly blasted into pieces. The others were all seriously injured. Not only that, the entire street was completely destroyed. The surrounding palaces and buildings were all smashed into pieces. Fortunately, when the 3 parties surrounded Lin Xian, the surrounding cultivators saw that the situation was not good and ran away. Therefore, the people in the surroundings were not affected. Damn it, it was actually a clone, and it even exploded. The faces of the 3 peerless almighties were extremely gloomy. They had not expected the other party to have such means. They hadn't even seen the other party's true body, and their subordinates had already been killed. Even they themselves were battered and exhausted. This made them so angry that they wanted to vomit blood. They were all peerless almighties. It was incomparably terrifying, capable of suppressing a region. At this moment, they had actually suffered a loss at the hands of a brat. How could they endure this? Pirates must die. Damn it! Among them, an old man roared at the sky, instantly shattering the sky above. In addition, there were 2 other people with gloomy expressions. One of the women shouted coldly, "This brat actually sent a clone over. He must be here to investigate the situation. I reckon that his true body isn't too far away. Hurry up and chase." After saying that, she ignored the other 2 people. Her figure swayed, and at the same time, she took out a small, colorful flag and waved it forcefully. Immediately, more than 10 figures rushed out of the entire Chilin City and followed behind her. They turned into a torrent and left Chilin City. The other 2 people also made their moves. They gathered their subordinates again and quickly rose into the sky. They belonged to different monarchs' mansions, and at this moment they were also fighting for themselves. However, when it was time to search, they could work together. However, when it was time to capture him, they would probably still fight over him. However, they could not care so much now. They had to find that detestable brat first. The 3 forces flew out of Chilin City in a mighty manner. For a moment, tens of thousands of miles outside Chilin City were covered, and a carpet search was carried out. Lin Xian was in the mountain range of 20,000 miles, so naturally he could not escape. However, he had already found out about these things through his clone, so he did not plan to escape. Since those people dared to come after him, he planned to give them a big present. Lin Xian had killed quite a number of experts, and the resources and storage rings of these experts were all in his hands. Therefore, he had already started to set up killing formations with the Crimson Dragon. At that moment, he had already set up more than 10 killing formations in the mountain range where he was. Not only that, he also took out all the crystals in the hands of those powerhouses to provide energy for the Black Earth. This time, no matter who it was, even if it was a peerless powerhouse, he would not let them leave. He wanted the entire Tai dynasty to know that there was only one consequence for those who dared to hunt him down. That was death. Found him. I can sense his aura. Over there. A cry of surprise came from the sky. That was because they discovered that there was a powerful aura in the mountain range below that seemed to be stopping. The 3 peerless powerhouses were even more ecstatic. That was because they discovered that the aura was exactly the same as the clone in Chillin City. Needless to say, it should be the brat they were looking for. Let's see where you can run this time. An old man gritted his teeth. He had already changed into a new Taoist robe. The other 2 also had gloomy expressions. They were very unhappy that they had suffered a loss at the hands of a brat. In the next moment, the 3 peerless powerhouses waved their hands and led their subordinates downwards in a grandiose manner. Buzz! They sealed off the mountain range within a radius of 10,000 miles. The 3 peerless powerhouses raised their hands and set up formations to seal off the area. Then, they quickly descended with their subordinates. Below in a cave, Lin Xian opened his eyes. His eyes flashed as they pierced through the void. He smiled coldly. They were here. Buzz! Lin Xian's body swayed, and he left the cave. He came to the ground in front of him, stood with his hands behind his back, and looked up at the sky. Boom! 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 Countless figures appeared on the surrounding mountain peaks. They were all powerful martial artists. Their auras were solemn, and their expressions were cold. Their eyes were firmly fixed on Lin Xian. In the sky, there were 3 godlike silhouettes that were looking down from above. They were the 3 peerless powerhouses. It's really you, brat. The eyes of the 3 peerless powerhouses were like burning lamps as they stared at Lin Xian. They discovered that it was not a clone this time, but a real person. That's right, it's me. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Waiting for us? Could it be that you knew we would come? One of the women in yellow frowned. The other party had a smile on his face as if he had nothing to fear, which surprised them. Chapter 2207. One had to know that they had brought more than 100 subordinates with them. Among them, there were many top-notch, elite, and other experts. And the 3 of them were even more peerless experts. With such a lineup, not to mention a brat, even a peerless expert wouldn't be able to escape. But why wasn't the other party afraid? He even had a fearless look on his face. Could it be that there was an ambush here? In their opinion, since Lin Xian dared to make a move on the Golden Lion King, he must have some backing behind him. However, after scanning the area with their souls, they didn't discover any powerful figures hiding in ambush. This made them heave a sigh of relief. Brat, don't try to be mysterious. There's no one here. Do you think that you can fool us with some tricks? Stop resisting and obediently return with us. Otherwise, you'll end up very miserably. How dare you plot against us? I'll break your limbs first. I'll let you have a taste of the consequences of offending me. The 3 peerless experts' voices were cold. Their eyes were as sharp as knives, containing a monstrous aura. That gaze seemed to want to pierce through Lin Xian. The surrounding experts and Almighty sneered. Lin Xian also laughed. Is that so? You want to catch me? No hurry. Have a taste of the big gift I've prepared for you. With that, he waved his hand, and the Crimson Dragon came out of the black earth with a sinister smile. Ha ha! Foolish humans! Ben Huang can't wait any longer. The Crimson Dragon was like an old monster as he laughed wildly. His dragon claws danced, and more than a dozen killing arrays quickly lit up. There was an ambush. The 3 peerless experts were stunned. Looking at the rapidly flickering arrays, they sneered. Sure enough, there was an ambush, but they didn't expect that it wasn't other experts, but more than a dozen arrays. But so what? It was only a few spirit arrays. How could it possibly hurt them? These people sneered disdainfully. They didn't think that the other party had any terrifying arrays. But this time they were wrong. The array in the hands of the Crimson Dragon was incomparably mysterious. Moreover, there were countless ancient books in the Black Earth. Most of them were about formations, pills, and cultivation methods. During this time, the Crimson Dragon had been studying the ancient formations in the Black Earth. Coupled with his own experience, it could be said that his current attainments in formations were definitely beyond the imagination of these people. Boom! Boom! Therefore, when more than 10 killing arrays were activated, the surrounding experts and mighty figures were instantly attacked fiercely. Many people were directly penetrated by the terrifying energy and turned into a large bloody mist that drifted in the air. Ah! 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 Screams rang out one after another as blood flowed out. It was like hell on earth. The expressions of the three supreme beings changed as well. Damn it, die for me! One of the old men roared in anger. His palm struck out with terrifying power, shattering the mountain peak. Several formations were affected by the shock waves. However, at this moment, Lin Xian sneered. Old man, don't be hasty. I still have other gifts for the three of you. Humph. Do you think you can deal with the three of us with just these formations? You're too naive. The woman in yellow sneered disdainfully. The three of them were supreme beings. Such formations might be dangerous to ordinary mighty figures, but to them it was completely useless. The other middle-aged man also sneered. Kid, don't waste your energy. The realm of a supreme being is not something you can imagine. Just surrender obediently. Otherwise, you'll die a horrible death. I'll die a horrible death? Lin Xian sneered. I think you'll die a horrible death. As he said that, he waved his hand, and a black spirit boat appeared behind him. At the same time, Lin Xian's figure flashed and entered the Black Earth. The Crimson Dragon also entered. On the opposite side, the three supreme beings sneered disdainfully. Kid, how dare you threaten us? You really don't know what's good for you. However, when they saw the Black Earth, they were stunned. What's going on? Does this kid think that he can escape our pursuit by entering a spirit boat? What an idiot. Humph. It's just a spirit boat. Does he really think it's a safe shelter? Kid, you're too naive. The old man sneered and waved his hand. A thunderous hand grabbed over. The palm contained the power of lightning and directly pierced through the void. It carried an incomparably terrifying aura and enveloped the Black Earth. Break! The old man shouted coldly. The thunderous palm exerted force, wanting to crush the Black Earth. Pirates must die! However, in the next moment he was stunned. That was because he realized that the Black Earth in his hand was incomparably hard and could not be crushed at all. Damn it! It's so hard! The old man was also very surprised. He did not expect the other party's spirit boat to be so strange that it could withstand his power. The other two peerless almighties were stunned as well. What kind of spirit boat is that? It can withstand the power of a supreme being? No wonder this kid is so confident. Kid, I didn't expect you to have such a treasure. I have to say it's really surprising. But do you think you can avoid being hunted like this? I'll let you know the power of a supreme being. The old man sneered. He exerted force in his palm, and the lightning aura in his body surged out. The thunderous palm exploded with an incomparable light, and the world was completely penetrated by lightning. However, in the next moment he was stunned. That was because he realized that the Black Earth in his hand had not been destroyed. Damn it! How could this be? That's impossible. The Supreme Being was shocked. What is this thing? How can it be so hard that it doesn't even have a crack? Boom! 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 However, at that moment, countless runes appeared on the Black Earth. They turned into beams of divine light and directly pierced through the thunderous palm. Ah! That peerless almighty exclaimed and loosened his grip. His face was filled with shock and uncertainty. At that moment, a cold voice sounded from the black earth. Next, I'll let you have a taste of death. Buzz. Boom. Following Lin Xian's voice, countless runes flickered on the black earth. Then it turned into a beam of black light and suddenly shot out. Boom! The void in front of him instantly exploded. A beam of black light flew out like lightning and directly enveloped the old man. This attack was so fast that the three supreme beings did not even have time to react. The old man did not even have time to react before he was hit by the black light. Suddenly, a thunderous sound was heard, and countless black holes appeared in the world. When everything disappeared, everyone went crazy. That was because they realized that a huge bloody hole had appeared on the body of a supreme being, the black-robed old man. He had been directly pierced through. Ugh! The old man fell into a pool of blood and struggled for a while. Then his neck tilted and he stopped breathing. What? He was killed. A supreme being was killed. How is that possible? Chapter 2208. What? Killed. A peerless almighty was actually killed. How was that possible? In the distance, the almighties who were still resisting the killing formation were all stunned. The other two almighties were even more shocked. They could not believe that someone could actually kill them. They were both peerless almighties with terrifying strength, and the other party was just a small king. Could he kill a peerless almighty with just a spirit boat? What a joke! They had never heard of such a thing. But now, the truth had happened in front of their eyes. They had no choice but to believe it. Damn it, this kid is too strange. Hurry up and leave. The two almighties were so scared that their hair stood on end, and they did not dare to stay any longer. They turned around and wanted to escape. Crack! Crack! They waved their palms and tore through space, about to enter the black cracks that filled the sky. However, at this moment, the black earth fired two more cannons. Boom! Boom! Two streaks of black light tore through the void and collided, completely enveloping the two almighties. Boom! This attack was even more terrifying than the previous one. The energy in front of them exploded, and a mushroom cloud rose into the sky. A radius of 50,000 miles was completely enveloped by violent energy. The mountain peak shattered, the ground cracked, and the surrounding King Almighties who were resisting the killing formation were drowned by the aftermath of the energy. Boom! 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 The apocalyptic scene continued for a long time before it gradually subsided. This scene was so terrifying that even 7 Qilin City, which was 20,000 miles away, was affected. The entire Qilin City shook rapidly, and the ground was trembling as if an earthquake had occurred. The countless experts in the city were all shocked. They rose into the air and looked around, bewildered. Damn it, what's going on? Why was there such an earthquake in Qilin City? However, when they saw the shocking explosion in the distance and the aftermath of the energy, they were all stunned. What a terrifying energy! Just who was fighting? This energy surpassed that of ordinary almighties. It was probably a battle between peerless almighties. Everyone was shocked and sucked in a breath of cold air. Peerless almighties were extremely terrifying existences. They did not expect to fight here. Moreover, it was so close to Qilin City. Let's go and take a look. Many people rose into the air and flew forward. Of course, they didn't dare to approach. They could only wait for the energy ripples to dissipate before they dared to approach. When the energy shock waves dissipated, they quickly flew to a place of 20,000 li. But when they looked down, they were all stunned. Heavens, what kind of battle is going on here? How could there be so many corpses and blood? The entire ground had been pierced through. This energy was simply too shocking. Many people looked at the cracked ground around them and felt their scalps go numb, because they were unable to create such a terrifying scene of destruction. However, there were a few elders who were even more shocked because they discovered something even more terrifying. What is this? Thunder and Lightning King. He was actually killed. Thunder and Lightning King. Are you talking about that peerless almighty? This was impossible. Everyone cried out in alarm. An exceptional powerhouse was killed? How could this be? When the densely packed cultivators in the sky heard this news, they were terrified. One had to know that this was a peerless Almighty. Other than the invincible kings, it could be said that this was the most powerful existence on the continent. For such a person, even if he encountered danger, he would have no problem escaping if he couldn't win. But now a peerless Almighty had fallen. Who was the opponent? Could it be that an invincible king had made a move? If it wasn't an invincible king, then Chilin City would have been long gone. That was another peerless Almighty. What kind of existence could actually kill a peerless Almighty of the same level? Everyone was discussing spiritedly. However, at this time, another 2 exclamations sounded. Pirates must die. What? Pink King and White Sword King. They were actually killed too. Another 2 peerless Almighty had been killed. Everyone's brains were not enough to comprehend this. Each and every one of them was dumbstruck. Some of the more cowardly ones even turned around and fled. What kind of joke was this? 3 peerless Almighty were killed together. Who was it? This method was too heaven-defying. Many elders even suspected that an invincible king had secretly made a move. Otherwise, there was no way to explain this matter. Everyone was discussing spiritedly because this news was too shocking. In the crowd, a few people frowned, because these people knew that whether it was Thunder and Lightning King, Pink King, or White Sword King, they were all here to capture Lin Xian. But now they were all killed by someone. All the King Almighty they brought were killed. Not a single one was left alive. Could it be that it was Lin Xian who did it? Impossible. That kid was just a junior king. He didn't have such great strength. These people shook their heads decisively. Then the only explanation was that there was an incomparably terrifying figure behind Lin Xian. Damn it, they were too careless. This kid definitely had a family force behind him or a monstrous background. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to be so powerful at such a young age. Moreover, he even dared to kill the Golden Lion King. These people were shocked. They guessed that Lin Xian's background was probably extraordinary. No, they had to report this to the Crown Prince. At the same time, they had to strengthen the defenses of the 12 main cities. They definitely couldn't let this kid escape using the super teleportation array. Otherwise, it would be difficult to catch him. Many people soared into the sky. Some passed on the news, while others returned to Chilin City to strengthen the defenses. In short, this news swept out like a gust of wind. When the martial artists of Chilin City learned that 3 peerless Almighty had been killed, they were also stunned. On the other side, in the Tai dynasty's palace, when the Crown Prince heard the news, he was furious. With a bang, he directly cut the entire palace in half. Damn it! Damn it! He was so angry that he roared crazily because he didn't believe that he hadn't caught that kid yet. Not only that, he had also lost so many of his subordinates. The death of those 3 peerless Almighties shocked him greatly. What was going on? What was that kid's background? He didn't know. He hadn't found out yet. His subordinates were also trembling. The Crown Prince snorted coldly. Hurry up and investigate. Also, strengthen the defenses of the 12 main cities. They definitely couldn't let this kid use the super teleportation array. Yes, each of the 12 main cities had at least 20 peerless Almighties. There was also a city protection array. It could be said that they were impregnable. Unless an invincible king came, no one would be able to use the super teleportation array of the 12 main cities. Hearing this, the Crown Prince heaved a sigh of relief. With such a lineup, no matter how powerful that kid's background was, he definitely wouldn't be able to escape. Not only the Crown Prince, but the third prince also frowned when he received the news. Chapter 2209. The first prince heaved a sigh of relief. With such a lineup, even if that kid had a huge background, he wouldn't be able to escape. Not only the first prince, but the third prince also frowned when he received the news. Damn it, that kid is really lucky. Go! Quickly send more people to investigate that kid's whereabouts. Once there's any news, report it to me immediately. Yes. The third prince's side also moved quickly. After the eighth prince received the news, he heaved a sigh of relief. That's great. Brother Lin is fine. The eighth prince was also on tenterhooks these days. After all, most of the forces were trying to capture Lin Xian. He had no confidence at all. What he could do was to try his best to rope in these princes and princes so that they would give up on making a move on Lin Xian. However, when he heard the news today that 3 peerless experts were killed, the eighth prince was still shocked. Although there was no direct evidence to prove that it was Lin Xian who did it. But thinking about it, it definitely had something to do with Lin Xian. Regardless of whether it was Lin Xian who did it, or whether there was a terrifying expert behind Lin Xian, it was good news to him. But soon, a piece of news came that made the eighth prince's face sink again. He even started to worry for Lin Xian, because his subordinate reported a piece of news to him. The people of the war tribe had arrived. The war tribe was a legendary race that was extremely terrifying. The Golden Lion King was a young 6-star king and already possessed heaven-defying battle strength. Now that the true experts of the war tribe had arrived, there was no need to mention. Needless to say, the ones who came this time were definitely not of the younger generation. They were powerful figures. Such figures were definitely heaven-defying and terrifying. If they attacked Lin Xian, then Lin Xian would be in danger. Brother Lin, please don't encounter the experts of the war tribe. The eighth prince prayed in his heart. When the empress, the first prince, the third prince, and the others heard the news, they were overjoyed. Especially the first prince and the empress. They personally invited the experts of the war tribe to the palace. The battle race powerhouse that came this time was a man who looked to be around 30 years old. But his real age was definitely not in his 30s. This was an expert who had lived for nearly 800 years. His cultivation was at the almighty level. However, no one knew his true combat strength. After all, the war clan was born for battle. It was obvious that their strength far surpassed that of ordinary almighties. Zhan Wuhen stood there with a cold expression. His long and narrow eyes were emotionless. Where was the Golden Lion King's corpse? Zhan Wuhen said coldly. Even though he was facing the empress and the eldest prince, he did not show any respect. The corpse was in that kid's hands. The first prince said, "Humph." Hearing this, Zhan Wuhen snorted coldly. His expression became extremely gloomy. To be honest, he had never thought that the Golden Lion King would be killed by someone. Not even its corpse could be found. When this news reached the war race, the entire war race flew into a rage. They were the war clan, born for battle. Their strength was terrifying. As for the Golden Lion King, he was the apex genius of their generation. He was their battle race's future hope. But now he was killed by someone. Who was it that dared to kill a genius of the war race? Previously, when the Empress asked the Golden Lion King to attack, they were not worried at all. Because as long as the Golden Lion King revealed his identity as a genius of the war race, even an unparalleled king would not dare to kill him. Because whoever wanted to touch the Golden Lion King would have to consider the consequences of offending the war race. Therefore, even an unparalleled almighty or unparalleled king would not easily offend the war race. But now, a junior had actually killed the Golden Lion King. Furthermore, not even his corpse was left behind. This was absolutely daring. Did he not know how to write death? Where was that kid now? Zhan Wuhen asked coldly. Right now, he only wanted to quickly capture that kid and bring him back to the war race to be judged. That kid had appeared in Qilin City before, but now that he thought about it, he should have left. Right at this moment, Great General Xianing spoke as well. He said, "Brother Wuhen, don't worry. We have already sent more people to track down that kid. As long as we have news of him, we will inform you immediately." "Good. This time I will personally take action and capture that kid. I will let him know the consequences of offending the war race." At this point, Zhan Wuhen's body emitted a biting, cold, killing intent. Sensing this killing intent, the expressions of the Crown Prince and General Xian Ying changed. Even the Empress raised her eyebrows, but in their hearts they were extremely excited. From the looks of it, this Lin Xian would definitely not be able to survive. On the other side, Lin Xian used the Black Earth to kill 3 Almighties and then left. He did not enter Qilin City because he knew that Qilin City was extremely dangerous at this moment. Who knew how many Almighties were waiting for him? Even if he had the Black Earth and could destroy Almighties, its energy was limited. He could not kill many of them. Every time he used the Black Earth, it required a large amount of energy. Fortunately, he had killed many powerhouses and obtained many storage rings. Otherwise, he would not have been able to use the Black Earth. Roussillon, how much time do you have to recover to the Almighty Realm? Soon, after absorbing the Heart of Darkness and the primordial demon blood, it will not take long for you to break through. Well, when you break through, let's do something big. Kid, you have a plan? The Crimson Dragon asked. Lin Xian said, Previously, I collected the soul of an Almighty and found that these people were all under the command of a person called General Xian Ying. General Xian Ying is the Crown Prince's uncle. You want to attack General Xian Ying? Or do they want to attack the first prince? Roussillon was a little excited. None of them. General Xian Ying has a general's residence, and there is a super teleportation formation in his residence. I think, since the 12 main cities are so tightly guarded, why don't we go to the general's residence and borrow the teleportation formation? Good idea. I like it. Hearing this, the Crimson Dragon smiled. Don't worry, kid. Give me another 5 days, and I promise to break through. The Crimson Dragon said. He had reached a bottleneck and could break through at any time. He was just looking for an opportunity. Okay. Lin Xian's figure flashed and quickly left. He wanted to find a barren mountain and ancient forest for the Crimson Dragon to break through. Sure enough, 5 days later, the Crimson Dragon roared. The aura in his body suddenly erupted and swept through heaven and earth. Dragon roars resounded throughout the forest. All the surrounding beasts prostrated on the ground and trembled. Even those powerful monster kings knelt down. No matter how powerful these monster kings were, they could not withstand the dragon's might. Roar! 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 The Crimson Dragon's body danced in the air, and with a light wave it tore through the void. That huge aura suppressed the surroundings. He had recovered. Ha! Ben Huang had finally recovered to the Almighty Realm. The Crimson Dragon kept roaring. He was too excited. Chapter 2210. It couldn't be helped. The period of time when his dragon essence was sucked away was really too miserable. Now he had finally recovered to the Almighty Realm. He could also use some of his great abilities. Thinking of this, he roared excitedly. All right, stop roaring, lest you attract other experts. Lin Xian shouted from below. The Crimson Dragon's figure flashed, turned into a red light, and landed. Let's go. Let's go and rob the general's mansion. Ben Huang can't wait anymore. The Crimson Dragon grinned and said, "MMM." The little white monkey also jumped out and waved its little paws excitedly. It seemed like it wanted to do something big too. Lin Xian was speechless. What the hell? What do you mean by robbing the general's mansion? We're just going to borrow the super teleportation portal, okay? Don't worry. You borrow the teleportation portal. Little White and I will rob the general's mansion. This Xian Ying has been commanding his almighties to hunt us down. It's time to make him bleed. By the way, kid, how is the general's mansion? Is it heavily guarded? And Hong was a little worried. The general's mansion is indeed more heavily guarded, but I think it's definitely not as strong as the 12 main cities. Lin Xian said, They definitely won't be able to guess that we're going to the general's mansion. All right, I'll prepare a few killing arrays. They might be useful when the time comes. The Crimson Dragon swung its tail and returned to the black earth. The little white monkey lay on Lin Xian's shoulder, hugging a spiritual fruit. Let's go. Lin Xian took out a map, identified the direction, and left in a flash. This time, he was flying towards the general's mansion. General Xianying's mansion was not in the 12 main cities, nor was it in the imperial city. It was self-contained. The general's mansion was in a mountain range with abundant spirit qi. When Lin Xian arrived, he stood in the void, looked down, and exclaimed. He had to admit that General Xianying's mansion was really bold and generous. Its size was not smaller than Flame City at all. Flame City was a city, and this was just a general's mansion. One could imagine how awe-inspiring General Xianying was. Not only that, there were spirit springs all around, and the spirit energy below was very rich. It was obvious that General Xianying's residence occupied a good spirit vein. Not only was the spiritual energy abundant, but the scenery was also beautiful. There was a waterfall in the distance, a lake beside it, grass, forests, trees, and everything else one could think of. It looked like a paradise on earth. The Crimson Dragon also poked its head out and looked down, drooling. Such a good place. There must be a lot of treasures in the general's residence. He must not be soft-hearted later. He had to rob them properly. Lin Xian nodded, but he didn't go down rashly. Ruse along, there should be a formation around here. Let's destroy the formation first. At that time, he would give them a surprise. Good idea, I like it. The Crimson Dragon's eyes lit up. His body turned into a red flash and disappeared into the mountains below. Lin Xian found a safe place and waited patiently. After about 3 days, the Crimson Dragon returned with a smile on his face. It's done. I've destroyed the defensive formation here, but it's not obvious now. When they activate it, they will realize that it's useless. I've also tampered with their offensive formation. At that time, I'll give them a big surprise. All right, let's get ready. Hearing this, Lin Xian nodded. He stood up and walked forward. In front of the general's residence, there was a lake. It was very green, and there were many martial artists around the lake. They weren't old. They were about 20 years old, and the younger ones were 15 or 16 years old. At that moment, they were sparring by the lake. It looked like they were from the general's residence. It had to be said that the people from the general's residence were pretty good. Just these young people alone were using powerful mystiques. Each of them shone brightly, illuminating the surroundings. Of course, in front of Lin Xian, this was nothing. Lin Xian walked over with big strides, completely ignoring these people. He was about to enter the general's residence. When the youths by the lake saw this scene, they frowned. Among them, a round-faced young man walked out and shouted coldly, "Who are you?" Lin Xian didn't bother with him, but the little fatty was furious. He waved his arm, and a shining sword slashed out. Boom! A crack appeared on the ground. Boom! Kill the pirate! The ground in front of Lin Xian caved in, and a deep pit appeared. The other young people walked over and stared at Lin Xian. "Kid, who are you? Do you know where you are? This is General Xianying's residence. It's not somewhere you can come and go as you please. Hurry up and crawl out. Kid, kneel down and kowtow to us 10 times, and we'll let you go. Otherwise, we'll break your legs and feed you to the dogs." Damn, he's so vicious at such a young age. At the side, the Crimson Dragon snorted. These young people looked young, but their words were extremely vicious. They wanted to break someone's legs and feed them to the dogs. Are they human? They're a bunch of demons. Where did these snakes come from? How dare they talk to me like that? Do you know who I am? You lowly trash. How can you be worthy of coming to the general's residence? Get lost. Damn, you're the snake. Your whole family are snakes. The Crimson Dragon was furious and swung its tail. Bam! The little fatty who spoke was slapped in the face. He screamed as he was sent flying. With a plop, he fell into the water, causing countless splashes. What? Attack! How dare you attack? You sent our 6th young master flying. The surrounding people were stunned. Who was this person? How dare he attack in front of the general's residence? Did he not want to live anymore? Kid, you're dead meat. This is our 6th young master. Among them, A young man in his 20s snorted. "Kneel down and accept your death. Where's that snake? I'm going to catch it and eat snake soup." Angry roars came one after another. Bang, bang, bang. However, in the next moment, all of them screamed and were sent flying by the dragon's tail. All of them were sent flying and fell into the water. Splash, splash. The water kept splashing, but there was still no one by the shore. Ah, damn it. Kill him. I must kill him. In the lake, these people kept screaming. Their faces were swollen and their teeth were broken. These were all young masters and young masters who lived like princes. How could they have suffered any injuries? But now they were slapped until their heads were swollen. Their lungs were about to explode from anger. These people gritted their teeth and wanted to risk their lives. They did not know that the Crimson Dragon had already stopped. Otherwise, these people's heads would have exploded long ago. However, these youths did not know that at that moment they were screaming crazily. "Where are they? Men, capture the two of them. I must torture them to death." Chapter 22:11. Boom, boom, boom. They were very close to the general's mansion, so the guards who were patrolling in front of the gate were shocked when they saw that. They turned into streaks of light and quickly rushed over. One of the teams went to save the young masters who had fallen into the water, while the other teams surrounded Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon. They were wearing bronze armor, and their expressions were extremely cold. They had even unsheathed their swords and sabers. They firmly surrounded Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon. The other team rescued the young masters. However, their expressions were extremely gloomy. In fact, they could not believe it. At that moment, the faces of the 5 or 6 young masters were completely swollen, as if they were pigs. Who was it that dared to do such a thing? One had to know that these people were all very honorable and respected. Did the man and the snake in front of them really want to die? The guards hurriedly took out spirit pills and elixirs and fed them to the young masters. The young masters were so angry that they gritted their teeth. "Kill him! Kill the 2 of them!" Yes, the eyes of the 10 guards in the other team were cold. When they heard the words of the young masters, their bodies emitted a biting cold aura. Among them, there was a middle-aged guard who seemed to be the leader. He waved his arm and said coldly, "Kill them." How dare they injure the young masters in front of the general's mansion? If the people inside found out, they would definitely not have a good ending. Therefore, the guards did not hold back at all. The sabers, swords, spears, and divine spears in their hands quickly slashed down. A terrifying light instantly enveloped Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon. Humph! They were courting death. Seeing the 10 guards attack with all their might, the young masters immediately sneered. They seemed to have already seen Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon being killed. Boom! However, in the next moment, they were stunned, because there was an explosion in front of them, and a terrifying energy instantly exploded. Then 4 guards were sent flying while vomiting blood. Their eyes were wide open, and the vitality in their bodies had long been extinguished. What? They were all dead. In an instant, 10 guards were killed. The young masters were all stunned. Who were those people? How could they be so terrifying? These guards were all elite kings who had been carefully selected. Every single one of them was extremely terrifying. If all 10 of them attacked together, they would be able to fight against an almighty. But now they were all killed in an instant. They did not dare to imagine. The other team was also on high alert as they stared at Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon. As for those youths, their faces were filled with terror as they continuously retreated. Although they were arrogant, they were also afraid of death. However, the round-faced young master from before shouted coldly, "Go, kill him! Kill him for me! Hurry up and send more people." The other team was led by an old man. His gaze was extremely solemn. Roar! He let out a long whistle to sound the alarm. At the same time, his gaze was like lightning as he looked ahead. "Damn it, who are you people? How dare you make a move in the general's residence? Are you tired of living? You're the ones who don't want to live. How dare you say Ben Huang is a snake? You're dead meat today. The crimson dragon sneered and waved its dragon claws. Immediately, dozens of red rays of light flew out and enveloped the front. You're courting death. Seeing that the other party had attacked again, the old man roared angrily. The 9 guards beside him all drew their swords and sabers and charged forward. Bang! 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 However, how could they fight against the Crimson Dragon? The Crimson Dragon was now a true almighty. His combat strength was extremely terrifying and was not weaker than Lin Xian. Therefore, dealing with 10 guards could be said to be a piece of cake. More than 10 red rays of light were like sharp swords, instantly piercing through the bodies of the 10 guards. Puff! 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 The 10 guards widened their eyes and fell to the ground with unwilling expressions. They could not believe that the person who had attacked was so terrifying and powerful. As for the 5 or 6 youths, they were extremely terrified and began to tremble. Damn it, how dare you touch me? You're dead meat. We're all young masters of the general's residence. Their faces were filled with fear. Don't kill them, but cripple their cultivation. Lin Xian said coldly, Hee, I like the feeling of living a life worse than death. The Crimson Dragon stared at those youths. Is the general's residence that powerful? Your mysterious general dares to send people to kill us? Give him a big gift now. With that, the Crimson Dragon waved its dragon claws and 5 or 6 rays of light flew out. These rays of light blasted into the youth's bodies and destroyed all the spiritual power in their bodies. The youth screamed and kept rolling on the ground. Their faces were filled with fear and despair because they knew that their cultivation had been crippled. Damn it! How dare you cripple me? I'll kill you. I'll definitely ask my father to kill you. Those youths screamed crazily. How dare you scream? Lin Xian snorted coldly and glanced at those youths. Immediately, those young masters' scalps went numb and they did not dare to scream anymore. Their eyes were filled with infinite fear. However, at that moment, more than 10 figures came out of the general's residence. They had rushed over after hearing the long screams outside. When they saw that the guards outside were all lying in pools of blood, they were all stunned. Then they roared, Who dares to attack us here? Young master! Damn it, let go of our young master! They roared crazily and charged towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He raised his arm and suddenly swung it down. Boom! A ray of sword light flew out from his palm and turned into a shocking rainbow that slashed forward. Boom! The ray of sword light directly enveloped more than 10 warriors, causing them to scream. They were all slashed apart by the sword chi. Not only that, the sword light did not weaken. Instead, it became even more resplendent and directly blasted into the general's residence. Boom! The majestic door of the general's residence was directly split open. A deep sword mark split the ground and spread into the general's residence. Boom, boom, boom. Huge rocks rolled down, the void split open and smoke billowed. The commotion immediately alarmed the entire general's residence. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Rays of light shot into the sky and roars of anger could be heard. Countless figures gathered in that direction. However, when they saw the shattered door of the general's residence, their expressions changed. All of them were extremely gloomy and their eyes were filled with murderous intent. Someone actually dared to destroy the door of the general's residence. That made them furious. One had to know that the door of the general's residence was carved with their faces. It was their faces. Now, someone was slapping their faces in public. How could they tolerate that? In an instant, countless gazes were like sharp swords that stared at Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon below. However, their pupils quickly shrank because they realized that there were more than 10 figures lying in pools of blood beside the 2 of them. There were also 5 or 6 youths who were twitching nonstop. What? All the guards were killed. They could not believe it. Chapter 2212. They realized that there were more than 10 figures lying in a pool of blood beside the two of them. There were also 5 or 6 young men twitching nonstop. What? All the guards were killed! They couldn't believe it. When they saw those young men, their scalps went numb. What's going on? That's their young master. He's also lying on the ground? Could it be that he's also killed? When they saw that the young man was still breathing, they heaved a sigh of relief. However, all of their expressions were gloomy. These people actually dared to attack the young master of the general's residence. They really don't know what's good for them. Men, kill him for me. At this moment, an elder shouted coldly. His voice was like thunder spreading in all directions. Whoosh! In the sky, 4 figures quickly descended. They were like lightning, emitting a terrifying aura. These were 4 peak 6-star kings, and each of them had an aura that was even stronger than that of the previous team. They were like killing gods as they rushed toward Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon quickly. 6-star kings? Hee, they don't know what's good for them. The Crimson Dragon sneered. He opened his mouth and spat out a ball of dragon flames. The terrifying dragon flames instantly surged out and enveloped the 4 6-star kings in front of him. Ah, ah, ah. Screams could be heard. The 4 of them were ignited by the flames, and they were screaming nonstop. Wherever it passed, the void was torn apart. Damn it! Behind them, the elder's expression became extremely gloomy when he saw the scene. Attack! Next to him, another 3 martial artists walked out. They quickly formed hand seals and spat out seawater. Boom! 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 The seawater surged and completely enveloped the 4 6-star kings. They wanted to use the seawater to extinguish the flames. However, these people's expressions became extremely ugly. That was because the flames weren't extinguished at all. Instead, all the seawater near the flames evaporated and burned, forming clouds of white mist that shrouded the surroundings. For a moment, the surroundings were filled with white mist. Even their figures couldn't be seen clearly. As for the 4 6-star kings, they fell to the ground. Their bodies were charred black, and they were no longer breathing. Looking at this scene, the faces of the martial artists in the general's residence were extremely gloomy. That was because they didn't expect their opponent's methods to be so bizarre. That monstrous fire was not afraid of the seawater at all. It was impossible to extinguish it. One had to know that this seawater was no ordinary seawater. It was some kind of great divine ability. This was a type of deep-sea Xian water mystical ability. Once unleashed, ordinary flames were no match for it. Even the most powerful flames would be extinguished. However, not only was their opponent's flame completely fine, but it had also completely refined their deep-sea profound water. This was truly shocking. Damn it, who the hell are you? The old man asked coldly. He realized that these 2 people were not simple. Perhaps they had some background. However, when Lin Xian heard this, he sneered. What? Only now do you remember to ask about our identities? But it was too late. That's right. We're here to get rid of your general's residence. The Crimson Dragon roared from the side. What? Get rid of our general's residence? Hearing this, the people in the distance were stunned. Then they sneered disdainfully. Brat, I have to say, you guys are really idiots. Do you think you can get rid of the general's residence with just the 2 of you? The 2 of you may have some tricks up your sleeves, but you're too ignorant. Do you know where this place is? General Xian Ying's residence. There are many experts inside, and the formations are exquisite. Even if a peerless mighty figure comes, he will be killed. Do you think the 2 of you can fight against them? Hee, it's just a general's residence. Why are you making it sound so powerful? Those who don't know might think that it's a palace. The Crimson Dragon sneered disdainfully. Show me what you've got. Let's see if you can stop Ben Huang today. Since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. In front, a figure walked out. It was a middle-aged man with shoulder-length hair and a gloomy face. His eyes were filled with cold, murderous intent. Someone actually dares to behave atrociously in front of the general's residence. He's courting death. The murderous intent on his body was soaring to the sky. It directly shattered the void, and a terrifying aura shrouded the surroundings. He could no longer hold it in. He wanted to kill the other party. Mighty figure. Seeing that scene, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes, but he still had no intention of making a move. At the side, the Crimson Dragon revealed a disdainful expression. You're just a mighty figure. You don't have the right to be arrogant in front of us. I advise you to hurry up and attack together. Otherwise, you'll die miserably. You're courting death. Hearing that, the middle-aged mighty figure was furious. He could not take it anymore. The other party was too arrogant and did not even take him seriously. He was a mighty figure. The two of them looked extremely strange, but thinking about it, they were definitely not mighty figures. Do you think mighty figures are cabbages? I cultivated for hundreds or thousands of years before I became a mighty figure. In the next moment, he laughed. You're courting death. With a wave of his arm, his green Taoist robe suddenly expanded, especially his sleeves, which turned into a monstrous green river that swept over. Boom! Pirates will die. The void instantly shattered, and a terrifying energy surged in all directions. The resplendent light filled the sky. How dare you behave so atrociously in front of me? The Crimson Dragon sneered disdainfully. He raised a pair of dragon claws and directly clawed at them. He was very bold, and he did not dodge at all. Seeing this scene, the people from the general's residence in the distance sneered disdainfully. A mere snake dares to resist the attack of a mighty figure with his bare hands? Isn't that courting death? However, they were soon stunned, because in front of them the Crimson Dragon's dragon claws collided with the green energy, and a violent explosion immediately sounded. The void exploded in an instant as terrifying energy blasted out in all directions. However, the green robe was instantly torn apart. Bang! The expression of the middle-aged mighty figure on the other side changed. His robe was directly shattered, revealing a section of his arm. Damn it! How is this possible? The middle-aged mighty figure was extremely shocked. That was not an ordinary sleeve. That attack was called the Heaven and Earth Sleeve. It was a great divine ability that could store mountains and rivers with a raise of one's hand. Legend had it that when cultivated to the extreme, one could store an entire world. Now that he had used such a great divine ability to deal with a mere snake, he did not expect that not only would it not work, but his Heaven and Earth Sleeve would also be destroyed by the other party. This really shocked him to the core. Damn it, impossible, I don't believe it. The middle-aged mighty figure roared angrily, and his body emitted a resplendent light. In the next moment, he stretched out his large hand and grabbed again. Demonic flame hand. When he stretched out his palm, a green light flickered on it, turning into a strange green flame that burned strangely. An incomparably mysterious power burst out. The void that filled the sky was instantly shattered, and a terrifying green light covered the entire space. In an instant, the Crimson Dragon was enveloped. Chapter 2213. The people from the general's residence sneered again. They were also stunned when they saw the universe in the sleeve being broken. They did not expect the other party to be so powerful. But now, when they saw the middle-aged man using the demonic flame hand, they were shocked. They became ferocious again. That was because the demonic flame hand was even more terrifying than the universe in the sleeve, especially the green flames that could burn everything. Playing with fire in front of me? You're courting death. Seeing this, the Crimson Dragon sneered. The Crimson Dragon sneered in disdain because his dragon flames were extremely terrifying. How dare the other party compete with the power of his flames? He was courting death. In the next moment, he opened his mouth and spat out clouds of dragon flames. Boom! Boom! The terrifying dragon flames emitted light and surged forward. The entire void trembled, and the space was ignited in an instant because the power of the dragon flames was too terrifying. Bang! In the next moment, it collided with the demonic flame hand, making a shocking collision sound. A scream was heard, and everyone was stunned. The green light on the demonic flame hand was extinguished in an instant. Not only that, but cracks also began to appear on the dark green palm. Then, it exploded with a loud bang. Ah! The middle-aged man screamed and retreated frantically, holding his bleeding arm. His face was extremely ferocious. Horror, extreme horror. He stared at the crimson dragon in front of him and felt his scalp go numb. Damn it! How is this possible? I don't believe it. The people behind were also stunned. How is this possible? That was the demonic flame hand, a great ability that was even more terrifying than the universe in the sleeve. The demonic flame hand could burn everything. In their opinion, they could kill the other party in an instant. But now, the situation was out of their expectations. The terrifying demonic flame hand was shattered by the other party in an instant. They could not believe it at all. On the opposite side, the crimson dragon sneered. I told you, you're courting death by playing with fire in front of me. In the next moment, he waved his dragon claws and grabbed forward. This grab brought with it a domineering and powerful energy. It covered the entire sky and earth as it surged forward, wanting to envelop the middle-aged Almighty. Damn it! They had gone too far. The middle-aged Almighty being roared in anger. The other party had actually underestimated him and dared to treat him like this. He couldn't stand it. In the next moment, he roared, and the inner strength in his body surged out crazily. Demonic flames / extinguish. Countless green flames jumped out of his body and turned into a green flaming saber that slashed down from the sky. Die for me! The flaming saber was incomparably terrifying. It directly shattered the void and crashed onto the dragon claw. Seeing this, the middle-aged mighty figure sneered. He was going to chop off the other party's hand to avenge himself. However, a moment later, he was scared out of his wits. What revenge? He didn't even dare to think about it. This was because his jade green flaming saber had directly broken through the opponent's dragon claw and smashed it into pieces. Not only that, the red claw descended from the sky. With an indomitable aura, it enveloped him. It was as if a red mountain was pressing down on him. No, save me. Unable to hold it in any longer, the middle-aged mighty figure shrieked in terror. This was because he realized that his opponent was too strong. He couldn't withstand this claw attack at all. Therefore, he sent out a cry for help. Behind him, the warriors of the general's residence roared in anger when they saw this scene. They shot out beams of light in an attempt to save the middle-aged mighty figure. Boom, boom, boom. Countless energy blasted onto the dragon claw, but it had no effect. The crimson dragon's red dragon claw was very stable and impregnable. It blocked all the attacks. In the next moment, it mercilessly descended. Boom! With a slap of the claw, the illusory technique shattered and countless cracks spread in all directions. Ah! The middle-aged mighty figure screamed in agony as he was smashed into pieces. His body suddenly exploded and turned into a cloud of blood mist. What? He was killed. Seeing the scene, everyone was dumbfounded. In the distance, the warriors of the general's residence had ugly expressions, and their eyelids were twitching wildly. They couldn't believe that a mighty figure had been killed with a single slap. What kind of person was this? What kind of energy would be able to do this? Damn it, how could this be? The pupils of the old man leading the group also shrank abruptly. He realized that he had underestimated the other party. Originally, he thought that the two of them couldn't be mighty figures and couldn't block the attack of a mighty figure. But now, it seemed that he was very wrong. The other party's power was far above his. Thinking of this, he didn't dare to act tough anymore. He quickly opened his mouth and spat out a bronze shield, then slammed his palm on it. Clang! Clang, clang, clang! Sound waves spread out in all directions. Obviously, this was a kind of alarm. The old man was asking for help from the general's residence. Whoosh! Seeing this scene, The crimson dragon soared into the sky and spat out balls of dragon flames. The terrifying flames surged forward like waves. Run quickly. In front. The people of the general's residence were scared out of their wits when they saw this scene. This flame was something that could even burn a mighty figure to death. How could they resist it? So in the next moment they quickly fled. Puff, puff, puff. Puff. But at this moment, flaming spears appeared in the flames that filled the sky. They pierced through the void and pierced through all the warriors. Those people were pierced through and nailed to death in the void. Then they were engulfed by the flames and burned to ashes. Screams were heard one after another as the warriors fell in droves. But at this moment, dozens of lights rushed out from the general's residence. Each of them emitted a powerful aura like a god fiend as they soared into the sky. At the same time, angry roars were heard. Damn it, stop it! Boom! A big blue palm slammed down from the sky and extinguished many of the flames. Buzz! A sharp blade light emitted a shocking light and slashed through the dragon flames, splitting the sea of flames in the sky. Boom! A bronze bell fell from the sky like a green mountain. It covered the remaining survivors and blocked the sea of flames. They were saved. The old man who led the group heaved a sigh of relief. He quickly waved the bronze shield in front of him to block the flames. He knew that the mighty figures of the general's residence had arrived. That's right. The ones who came this time were indeed the mighty figures of the general's residence. They were all mighty figures. Other than the ordinary lords, there were also elite mighty figures, and even a top mighty figure holding the fort. The arrival of such a group of mighty figures directly crushed the void. Countless cracks appeared in the sky as it couldn't withstand their aura at all. However, these mighty figures were like killing gods as they stared coldly in front of them. What was going on? Among them, one of the elite mighty figures frowned. The scene in front of him was really terrible. The door of the general's residence had been smashed by someone. Deep pits and cracks appeared on the ground below. The surrounding mountains and trees were completely burned. Even the green lake was evaporated. Corpses were everywhere as blood flowed wildly. In the distance, the few young masters of the general's residence were also knocked to the ground as they twitched and screamed. Damn it! Was it the two of them who did it? Chapter 22:14. Damn it! Were the two of them the ones who did it? Before the surviving warriors could respond, the faces of these powerful beings darkened and their eyes were filled with murderous intent. Damn it! They deserved to die. These people actually dared to cause trouble in the general's mansion. They deserved to die. They were very strange. Although they did not have a strong aura, they could actually kill powerful beings. Especially that snake, it could spit out a type of flame that was very terrifying. The old man hurriedly told everyone what he knew about the situation so that he could remind them. Could kill powerful beings and had a strange flame? Hearing this, the newly arrived Almighties all frowned. No wonder they had some tricks up their sleeves. But do you think you can behave atrociously in the general's mansion? You really don't know what death is. At this moment, the elite powerful being walked out. He had a cold smile on his face, and his eyes were shining with a terrifying light. Kid, I will let you know the consequences of offending the general's mansion. The elite powerful being emitted a terrifying aura. His body shone brightly, and a terrifying red fist flew over. Boom! Support the original version. Pirates must die. When the fist was thrown out, there was a metallic sound. The terrifying fist was like a meteorite that pierced through the void. This attack was too sharp. It was unstoppable. Nothing could stop it. In an instant, it arrived in front of Lin Xian. Buzz! Looking at this terrifying fist, Lin Xian smiled disdainfully. Then he reached out his palm and grabbed forward. What? He dared to take the elite, powerful being's attack with his bare hands. He was courting death. Was this kid crazy or an idiot? In the distance, the people from the general's mansion sneered when they saw this scene. The surviving warriors also had a ferocious look on their faces. They knew that the Crimson Dragon was powerful, but they had never seen Lin Xian in action. In their opinion, Lin Xian should not be that strong. Now that he dared to take the elite's attack with his bare hands, he would definitely be smashed into pieces. The corner of the elite mighty figure's mouth curled up into a disdainful sneer. No one had ever dared to treat his attack like this, not even a warrior of the same level. The other party was just a kid, but he dared to be so arrogant. He was definitely dead. Boom! The next moment, a low voice sounded. Lin Xian grabbed his opponent's fist with his palm. However, the expected shattering scene did not happen. Lin Xian's palm was incomparably simple and unadorned. There were no cracks at all. He wasn't injured either. However, in the next moment, he exerted force in his palm, and the Elite Supreme being screamed in pain. That was because countless cracks had appeared on his glowing fist and were spreading rapidly. By the end, his entire arm was cracked. Crack! Then Lin Xian exerted force in his palm and tore off the Elite Almighty's hand. Blood flowed wildly, dyeing the sky red. That Elite Supreme Expert screamed crazily. Damn it, this is impossible. I don't believe it. The cultivators in the distance were also stunned, each and every one of them terrified. Heavens, what happened? The arm of an elite mighty figure was torn off by someone else? How did he do it? Was he even human? That Elite Supreme Expert's expression became even more distorted. He didn't expect that his arm would be crippled as soon as he started fighting. This was intolerable. In the next moment, he roared angrily, pulled out an incomparably terrifying spear with his left hand, and quickly stabbed it out. Boom! This attack was like a bolt of lightning, tearing through the void and instantly piercing through the space in front of him. Lin Xian was also pierced through by this spear. When the cultivators behind saw this scene, they all cheered. That's great, we finally killed that kid. However, in the next moment, they were stunned. That was because they discovered that the figure that was pierced turned into a wisp of green smoke and dissipated with the wind. Damn it, it was an afterimage. Many people exclaimed. However, the pupils of the Elite Supreme Expert, who attacked, constricted. That was because he felt an incomparably terrifying killing intent coming from behind him. Damn it! The Elite Supreme Expert roared angrily, and the spear in his hand swept out, cutting off the entire space. However, it didn't hurt the other party at all. However, at this moment, a palm grabbed his head. Bang! In the next moment, a huge force came from the palm, and the Elite Supreme Expert screamed in pain as blood flowed out of his 7 orifices. Not only that, but his body also fell like a meteor. Then he landed on the ground. Boom! The ground cracked open, and countless deep pits appeared. The Elite Supreme Expert's body smashed into the ground. He struggled crazily, causing the cracks around him to become even more terrifying. However, a hand firmly grabbed his head, making it impossible for him to break free. This pair of hands naturally belonged to Lin Xian. He grabbed the Elite Supreme Expert's head, and the corners of his mouth curled into a disdainful smile. Elite Supreme Expert? In my eyes, you're just trash. As he spoke, he exerted force with his palm, and a terrifying force surged out from his palm and poured into the Elite Supreme Expert's body. In an instant, the Elite Supreme Expert's flesh and internal organs were destroyed. With a bang, the Elite Supreme Expert turned into a snow mist. What? He was killed? Everyone went crazy. They didn't dare to believe it. That was an Elite Supreme Expert. He was killed so easily just like that. This made them feel like they were dreaming, especially those cultivators who had survived before. All of them trembled. Heavens, this young man was even more terrifying. Previously, they already thought that the Crimson Dragon was very terrifying. They didn't expect this handsome young man to be even more terrifying. He killed an Elite Supreme Expert with a raise of his hand. Damn it. Who exactly were they? Could they be a top Supreme Expert? For a moment, Everyone trembled and kept retreating. At the same time, they all looked at a figure in the field. This figure was that top supreme expert. The top supreme expert's face was extremely gloomy. He didn't expect this young man to have such power. To be honest, only a top supreme expert could kill an elite supreme expert in an instant. The other party did it, and it was obvious that he had entered the ranks. However, he found it hard to believe that the other party had reached this realm at such a young age. He didn't know, but now he didn't have time to think about it. He had to attack and kill the other party. Boom! In the next moment, the top supreme expert made his move. His strength was several times stronger than that of an elite supreme expert. Therefore, the moment he appeared, the surrounding void instantly collapsed. Boom! This pinnacle mighty being wielded a long black spear and stabbed out rapidly. Thousands of rays of light shot out in a row, piercing through the void and heading towards Lin Xian. Boom! Lin Xian's body swayed, and he dodged all the attacks like a flickering shadow. In the sky, black holes appeared one after another, unable to withstand this power at all. So terrifying! The cultivators watching the battle from afar were shocked. As expected of a top supreme expert, his strength definitely surpassed that of an elite supreme expert. Probably no one below the level of a supreme expert could contend against him. Chapter 22:15. As expected of a pinnacle mighty figure, his strength definitely exceeded that of an elite mighty figure. Perhaps no one below the level of a peerless mighty figure could contend against him. Great, that kid can't fight back at all. He can only dodge. It seems like he's no match for a pinnacle mighty figure. That's right, this time when I catch him, I must tear him into pieces. I'll pull out his tendons and skin him alive. I'll make him suffer a fate worse than death. I must let him know the consequences of offending the general's residence. Cold laughter could be heard. In their opinion, this battle was already over. A pinnacle mighty figure could definitely suppress everything. That kid can't escape either. In the sky, the terrifying spear radiance was like a river of stars. It was extremely dazzling as it chased after Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Countless black flames appeared on his body and burned fiercely. He was like a god of fire as he charged forward. Hellfire spread out and surged forward, colliding with the spear radiance. Whoosh! Whoosh! In the next moment, the spear radiance that filled the sky shattered. Those dazzling attacks were all burning. Damn it! How is this possible? The pinnacle mighty figure screamed. His eyes were filled with shock, because he had never thought that a young man could be so terrifying. No wonder those mighty figures were all killed. It seems that his opponent is indeed terrifying. Thinking of this, he did not dare to be careless. He gripped the black spear tightly with both hands, and the aura on his body erupted again. Sea Dragon. With a thrust of the spear, energy surged and roared. On the other side, Lin Xian sneered. He did not waste any more time with his opponent. He directly drew the ancient dragon abyss sword and quickly slashed down. Boom! The sound of metal vibrating could be heard. The surrounding void trembled. The spear radiance that filled the sky was cut apart by the sword. Not only that, but countless cracks also appeared on the black spear. Damn it, how is this possible? The pinnacle mighty figure's expression finally changed. His eyes were filled with fear. If the other party was able to contend with him previously, he would be surprised. But now the other party had shattered all his attacks and even shattered his weapon. This was not just a surprise. He did not expect the other party to be so powerful. Damn it, attack together! In the next moment he roared. He wanted to gather all the mighty figures and attack together. He realized that the young man before him was unimaginably terrifying. However, as soon as his roar was heard, countless sharp sword lights appeared in the sky. Every single one of them was extremely terrifying, and they instantly enveloped him. Damn it! Block it for me! Upon seeing such a terrifying sword beam, the pinnacle mighty figure wanted to flee. However, his escape route had already been sealed, so he could only launch an attack to block it. The black spear in his hand was like a black river, sweeping out horizontally. At the same time, a layer of armor appeared on his body, and 3 black shields appeared around him. Between the shields, blue lightning interweaved. This pinnacle almighty being still had Dharma treasures that he had yet to use. However, it was already too late. That torrential sword light had already slashed down. Clang! A sword chi slashed at the black spear. The black spear, which was originally full of cracks, was shattered into pieces. Pum! The other sword chi struck the black shield and split the lightning apart. Among them, 2 of the shields were sent flying, and one of the shields was split in half. Puff! In an instant, the defense that the pinnacle almighty being had created was gone, leaving only the armor on his body. However, his armor could not withstand such a terrifying sword chi, and soon caved in. Puff! The pinnacle almighty being spat out blood. Countless ribs were broken, and his internal organs were damaged. He kept retreating, his body covered in blood. However, Lin Xian did not intend to let him go. Demon Seal. With one ultimate move, the terrifying sword chi tore through heaven and earth and instantly enveloped the pinnacle almighty being. The other mighty figures who wanted to charge forward were all stunned. They stopped and looked in front of them in surprise. That was because the sword chi in front of them was too terrifying. When the sword chi disappeared, they all screamed in horror. That was because the pinnacle almighty being had been killed. Damn it, how was that possible? Those people were crazy. That was a pinnacle almighty. That was right, he was the most powerful one among them. Even so, he was still killed. The other party's strength had already exceeded their imagination. Damn it, hurry up and inform them. There's an expert attacking. At the same time, activate the array formation. An old man cried out in shock, his face full of fear. He knew that the current situation was still beyond what they could bear. They were not a match for the other party at all. They had to activate the array formation and let a peerless almighty being attack to suppress the other party. Boom! 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 Countless rays of light lit up in the surroundings, and array formations quickly formed. A defensive array formation that was like a black tortoise completely enveloped the surroundings. Seeing the formation of the black tortoise defensive array, the mighty figures of the general's residence all heaved a sigh of relief. They looked forward with a hint of ferocity in their eyes. Damn brat, I'll definitely kill you today. With the defensive array formation, they regained their confidence. At least the array formation was extremely terrifying. No matter how powerful the other party was, he would not be able to break in for a while. Moreover, in addition to the defensive array formation, they also had an extremely terrifying offensive array formation. Now, they had to activate the offensive array formation to kill the other party. Buzz! The moment the array formation was activated, the 5 or 6 crippled young masters of the general's residence were also wrapped up by the array formation and sent to the side of the Lord safely. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes when he saw that. However, he did not stop them. In the next moment, he looked at the sky and the mighty figures and sneered. Why? Do you think you're safe with the array formation? In my opinion, you still can't escape death. Cut the crap. Die. On the other side, the mighty figures roared angrily as they activated the array formation. The offensive array formation was quickly formed, but it disappeared when it was only halfway formed. The energy in the surroundings retreated like the tide. How could this be? What happened? The mighty figures were all stunned. Why did their offensive array formation disappear? This shouldn't be. These people had blank looks on their faces. Many of them quickly performed hand seals, wanting to activate it again. However, they could not succeed at all. Damn it, what happened? These people were almost stunned, and their faces were extremely dark. However, that was not the most desperate thing. In the next moment, they experienced what true despair was. That was because Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon's figures flashed and directly entered the array formation. Damn it! How did you get in? These people screamed crazily, their faces full of horror. That was the Black Tortoise defensive array formation, which could block all the powerhouses outside. However, the two of them had entered in an instant. How did they break the array formation? The mighty figures swallowed their saliva and looked at Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon as if they had seen demons. They were extremely terrified. In the next moment, their scalps went numb, and they turned around to flee. Chapter 22:16. What a joke! The other party had already ignored the Black Tortoise defense formation. With the other party's combat strength, it would be very easy for him to kill them. Run! These people screamed and ran in all directions. More people fled into the depths of the general's mansion. That was because their true powerhouses were there. You want to run? Lin Xian sneered. The demon-slaying sword formation quickly formed under his feet, and streaks of blood-red sword qi soared into the sky. Boom! Boom! Uft! Some of the stronger powerhouses were sent flying by the sword qi, and they vomited large mouthfuls of blood. As for the weaker ones, they were directly pierced by the sword qi. Blood splattered in the air, dyeing the general's mansion red. Damn it! At this moment, an extremely angry voice was heard. It directly shattered the void and blocked all the sword qi. This voice was too terrifying. It was several times more terrifying than the previous top powerhouses. Hearing this voice, Lin Xian was stunned. The kings of the general's mansion were all ecstatic. A peerless powerhouse. A peerless powerhouse is here. We're saved. These people cheered wildly. That's right, it was indeed a peerless powerhouse. That terrifying aura crushed the 9 heavens. A figure descended from the sky like an immortal king, suppressing a part of the world. As soon as he appeared, he slapped out a large palm and sent all the blood-red sword qi flying. Immediately, the sky became clear again. A peerless powerhouse. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. He did not attack again. Instead, he stood in the void and looked ahead. The person in front looked to be in his 30s. His face was gloomy, and his gaze was solemn. His body emitted a terrifying aura as if he had merged with the entire world. This aura made one's heart tremble. Indeed, it was a peerless powerhouse. Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon also had solemn expressions. A peerless powerhouse had surpassed the top powerhouses and had entered the realm of an 8-star king. It could be said to be extremely terrifying. An 8-star king could become a peerless powerhouse. However, if one were to break it down, there were 4 small stages in the 8-star king realm. Early stage, mid-stage, late stage, and peak stage. The peerless powerhouse in front of them was at the early stage of an 8-star. However, this was also very terrifying. He could suppress a top powerhouse with a raise of his hand. Are you two the ones causing trouble in the general's mansion? Killed many martial artists from the general's mansion? The peerless Almighty said coldly as he stared coldly at Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon. That's right, it was us. The Crimson Dragon sneered. What? You think you can scare us just because you're a peerless Almighty? Let me tell you, it's not that simple. Today, everyone make way for me. We're going to take over the general's residence. Hearing these arrogant words, everyone's eyelids twitched violently. That peerless Almighty's face also turned gloomy, and an extremely cold killing intent erupted from his eyes. The surrounding temperature dropped sharply, and everyone swallowed their saliva. They knew that a storm was coming. Daring to behave atrociously in front of a peerless Almighty was definitely courting death. As expected, the peerless Almighty was enraged. He said coldly, "You really don't know what's good for you. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." As he spoke, he waved his sleeve, and a terrifying purple flame gushed out, instantly enveloping half of the sky. The terrifying temperature burned fiercely, and it charged toward Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon. The flame's aura was terrifying, and this energy made Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon frown. As expected of a peerless almighty, he was indeed terrifying. Although he was shocked, he was not afraid. Lin Xian let out a long roar. Coincidentally, I've just made a breakthrough, and I haven't fought with a true peerless almighty yet. Today, I'll use you as an offering to my sword. As he spoke, he pulled out the ancient dragon abyss sword with a clang. With a slash of the sword, a biting cold sword radiance tore through heaven and earth and slashed forward. What? He's going to attack a peerless almighty? This brat is crazy. Everyone looked at this scene with their mouths agape, and they couldn't believe it. That was a peerless almighty, a true expert, who could suppress a top-notch almighty with a raise of his hand. It was extremely terrifying. This brat in front of them actually dared to attack such an existence. Humph, he's courting death. Just wait, he'll be killed soon. Of course. No one dared to provoke a peerless almighty. He's overestimating himself. Cold laughter could be heard. Those people from the general's residence didn't believe that Lin Xian could contend with a peerless almighty. On the other side, the Crimson Dragon was floating in the sky. He squinted his eyes and said in a low voice, "A bunch of idiots. What do you know? You'll definitely be shocked to the point where your jaws drop." Indeed, as soon as he finished speaking, a series of exclamations could be heard from the general's residence. That was because in the sky, the biting cold sword radiance tore through the purple flames, forming a vacuum. What? The flames were torn apart? That's impossible. That was an attack from a peerless almighty. How could he possibly contend against it? Those people from the general's residence went crazy. This was completely different from what they knew. That peerless almighty was also stunned. He didn't expect Lin Xian to be able to tear apart his purple flames. But soon his face turned gloomy, and monstrous killing intent appeared in his eyes. A terrifying aura burst out from his body and swept across heaven and earth. Boom! The purple flames in the sky surged and turned into terrifying killing intent that surged in the sky, trying to destroy Lin Xian. Not only that, countless purple flames gathered in the sky, forming mysterious runes that carried monstrous killing intent as they flickered in the sky. That was a terrifying superpower. Coupled with the power of the purple flames, it could definitely kill everything. He didn't believe that Lin Xian could contend against it. He could tell that Lin Xian was a young genius, but so what? No matter how talented he was too young. His foundation was too weak. There was no way Lin Xian could contend against an expert who had lived for thousands of years. But this time the peerless almighty was wrong. That was because he didn't know that although Lin Xian was young, the trump cards in his hands were extremely terrifying. Any one of them would be able to shock the world. Buzz. Indeed, when he saw the mysterious purple runes flickering in the sky, Lin Xian's expression turned solemn. However, he didn't move. He stopped moving, and his body released a terrifying sword aura. Chaotic Heaven Destroyer Sword. He swung the Dragon Source Ancient Sword, and a terrifying chaotic sword aura surged out, crossing the sky. Every ray was extremely sharp. Boom! 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 Once the sword radiance appeared, heaven and earth lost its color. The martial artists in the general's residence were also terrified. Boom! 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 In the sky, the purple flame runes flickered, colliding with the sword aura in the sky. Each time, they would be pierced through. However, those purple runes weren't ordinary superpowers. The monstrous energy was also from the Lotus chaotic sword aura. The two of them clashed in the sky, and they were evenly matched. A draw. How was that possible? Was that kid also a peerless almighty? Everyone went crazy. What had they just seen? A young kid was actually fighting a peerless almighty who had lived for thousands of years to a draw? Heavens, if this were to spread, it would definitely shock the world. Chapter 22:17. Who is this kid? Is he really just a teenager? Or is he an old monster that has lived for countless years? They were more willing to believe the latter. Hell's Ice Lotus. At that moment, Lin Xian waved his sword, and a Hell's Ice Blue Lotus quickly formed and floated in the sky. The terrifying power of ice and fire blended, shattering all the purple runes in the sky. Damn it, this kid actually has the upper hand. Seeing this scene, everyone was even more shocked. When the Peerless Almighty saw that his opponent had actually suppressed him, his face became extremely gloomy. A trace of anger appeared in his eyes. In the next moment, he waved his hand. Buzz! Countless purple auras intertwined and condensed above his head. An incomparably ancient pagoda formed above him, emitting a mysterious aura. It was surrounded by runes, and as soon as it appeared, it crushed the void like a mountain. It was extremely terrifying. 4 Symbols Pagoda. It's actually such a treasure. Seeing this scene, the people of the general's residence exclaimed. Then they all cheered. This is a top-tier, Earth-grade treasure. This kid is definitely dead. That's right, the 4 Symbols Pagoda was extremely powerful and difficult to refine. It was a top-tier, Earth-grade treasure. Buzz! In the next moment, the Peerless Almighty activated the 4 Symbols Pagoda, and 4 different types of power surged out. The power was too terrifying, and it was indestructible. It was going to destroy heaven and earth. It was too terrifying. No one below the Peerless Almighty could block it. Lin Xian also felt the pressure, but he was fearless. So what if it's a top-tier treasure? I have a heaven-grade treasure sword. Therefore, in the next moment, he took a step forward, and his eyes shone with a sharp light. An even more terrifying sword intent surged out from his body. Demon Seal. With a swing of his sword, a terrifying sword light tore through heaven and earth and collided with the 4 types of energy. Boom! Boom! The void instantly exploded, and terrifying energy swept out in all directions. The surrounding ground and mountains quickly shattered, and the kings kept retreating. Below, the general's residence trembled. But at this moment, countless arrays appeared and enveloped the general's residence. This prevented the risk of being destroyed. Obviously, other than the outermost array that was destroyed by the Crimson Dragon, the other array formations in the depths of the general's residence still existed. Moreover, its power was extremely terrifying. It was able to block the violent energy. Boom! The terrifying 4 types of energy were split apart. The terrifying sword light slashed forward, almost hitting that Peerless Almighty being. Fortunately, the Peerless Almighty dodged quickly. However, he retreated to the side with a bewildered expression. His eyes were filled with shock. Damn it! How could this be? What kind of swordsmanship was he using? The Peerless Almighty was completely stunned. He, a dignified Peerless Almighty, had actually been reduced to such a sorry state by a brat. To be honest, he really couldn't accept it. Brat, you've successfully angered me. The powerful being shouted coldly. His eyes were filled with a cold light. I will let you know the true power of a powerful being. Boom! In the next moment, the 4 Symbols Pagoda above his head emitted a dazzling light before fusing into his body. 1. The 2 merged into 1, becoming 1. A metallic luster appeared on that Peerless Almighty's body. His terrifying aura suddenly soared, and a powerful force surged out of his body. Brett, be careful. He actually fused with the treasure chi in his hand. At the side, the Crimson Dragon's expression was solemn as he quickly reminded. Lin Xian also frowned. He didn't expect this Peerless Almighty to be able to cultivate to such a level. And from the looks of it, the other party was really angry. However, so what? He was no longer the same person as before. Now that his strength had increased tremendously, he was no longer afraid of an early-stage 8-star Almighty. Boom! Die, brat! That Peerless Almighty struck again. He waved his palm, and a terrifying energy surged, causing the void to explode instantly. That palm contained the terrifying energy of the 4 Symbols Pagoda. It transformed into a dragon that roared in the void. Lin Xian quickly brandished the ancient Dragon Abyss sword to contend with it. Streaks of sword qi swept across the sky like lightning and collided with the other party's fist. Boom! 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 There was a burst of dazzling light, and the entire sky was filled with clanging sounds. Bang! 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 The two of them exchanged blows, causing the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. However, after more than 10 exchanges, that powerful being screamed in agony. The reason for that was because his fist had directly split open. Several cracks had appeared on it. Even his bones were exposed, and blood instantly dyed the void red. Damn it! How was that possible? That powerful being's expression was extremely ugly. In the distance, those people from the general's residence were all stunned when they saw this scene. They couldn't even believe it. Damn brat, who exactly are you? That powerful being's eyes were like lightning as he stared at Lin Xian. He was too shocked. One had to know that he was a powerful being and his body was extremely strong. Ordinary attacks couldn't break through his defense at all. Moreover, now that he had merged with the Four Symbols Pagoda, his defense had greatly increased. Even a powerful being of the same level would find it difficult to injure him. However, after exchanging dozens of blows with the other party actually shattered his fist. That was just too unbelievable. He didn't know that the ancient Dragon Abyss sword in Lin Xian's hand was a heaven-grade treasure sword. Moreover, Lin Xian's great dragon sword soul had terrifying attack power. That kind of attack power was definitely beyond the imagination of a powerful being. Kid, do you know that this is General Xianying's residence? General Xianying is the younger brother of the current empress. He's the uncle of the current crown prince. If you offend such a person, you'll never have a foothold in the Tai dynasty. If you leave now, I can let bygones be bygones. Otherwise, what awaits you is a dead end. Why? You can't beat me, so now you want to use the name of the empress and the crown prince to suppress me? But it's a pity that these titles are of no use to me. Today, I'm here to take over General Xianying's residence. So, hurry up and kneel in the void to welcome me. Otherwise, if you anger me, don't blame me for starting a massacre. Blood stains the general's residence. After hearing Lin Xian's words, these people's minds went blank. What was going on? Was he really going to fight the general's residence to the end? Thinking of this, the powerful beings behind them couldn't hold back anymore. They said, "Elder, let's attack together and kill this kid. Although he's powerful, there's only 2 of us. I don't believe that he can fight against so many of us." "Yes, that's right. Kill him." The other powerful beings also shouted angrily. That was because they had been too aggrieved previously. They were scared out of their wits by a young man. If word of this got out, how could they live in the future? Therefore, they decided to get rid of the kid. Even if they couldn't defeat him alone, they would join forces and kill him together. Today is the 1st of June. It's finally my holiday. Everyone, please vote for me as a holiday gift. Chapter 2218. They decided to get rid of that kid. Even if they couldn't defeat him alone, they would work together to kill him. Attack! The peerless mighty figure's eyes flickered. He did not refuse. The kid in front of him was too strange. Next to him was a snake. He did not know how strong it was. He had to get rid of the other party, quickly. Otherwise, the longer it dragged on, the more the general's residence would lose face. Go to hell, kid. Behind him, the mighty figures were also shocked when they heard that. They were no match for the other party in a one-on-one battle. But now, with a group of people attacking together, they would definitely kill the other party. Boom! Among them, 3 top mighty figures joined forces and attacked Lin Xian. 5 elite mighty figures joined forces and attacked the Crimson Dragon. The void was instantly shattered and terrifying energy surged out. What, you want a team battle? Do you think Ben Huang is afraid of you? The Crimson Dragon roared. He had already recovered to the realm of a mighty figure and could use the dragon race's divine powers. Why would he be afraid of these elite mighty figures? In the next moment, his body suddenly expanded and transformed into a divine dragon that was 1,000 feet long. Then his dragon tail rolled forward like a river and blasted in front of him. Boom! Those elite mighty figures vomited blood and were sent flying. Their faces were filled with shock. Damn it! A dragon! He's a dragon! Those elite mighty figures were filled with fear. They originally thought that the other party was a snake or a loach. But now it seemed that they were completely wrong. However, some people shook their heads. Impossible! How could there be a real dragon? At most, he has the bloodline of the dragon race. Perhaps he's a flood dragon. Legend had it that a real flood dragon was full of treasures. Capture him, pull out his tendons, drink his blood, eat his flesh. That will help us break through. Those elite mighty figures stared at the crimson dragon with bloodshot eyes as if they had heard a treasure. They thought that it was a flood dragon. If they knew that the crimson dragon was a real dragon, they would probably go crazy. What? How dare you have designs on me? You're courting death. The crimson dragon was also furious. These guys want to eat my flesh and drink my blood? How reckless! The next moment he sneered. Let Ben Huang send you on your way first. Soon the crimson dragon spat out dragon flames and brandished its claws to attack. On the other side, the 3 pinnacle almighties were also charging towards Lin Xian. When the 3 of them joined forces, their power was terrifying. Moreover, there was a peerless almighty at the side who was eyeing them covetously. He was ready to strike at any moment. It could be said that Lin Xian's current situation was even more dangerous than the Crimson Dragon's. 1. Lin Xian did not dare to be careless. He immediately summoned the dragon sword domain to cover the surroundings. Terrifying sword qi crisscrossed, forming a screen of light that protected him. At the same time, his body swayed and he instantly dodged the attacks of the 3 top almighties. The 3 peak powerhouses missed their target, but they didn't give up. Instead, they sneered. Kid, you can't escape. Today is the day you die. As they spoke, they attacked even more ferociously. In the sky, one afterimage after another was torn apart as terrifying energy blasted out in all directions. However, at this moment, Lin Xian's dragon sword domain was also activated. Terrifying sword qi appeared in the sky, transforming into the phantoms of heavenly rocks, qilins, true dragons, phoenixes, and other divine beasts. That terrifying power made the hearts of these top almighties tremble. As a result, these top almighties had no choice but to activate their king domains to resist. Damn it, how could this kid be so powerful? Seeing this scene, the 3 top almighties had the urge to curse. At this moment, the peerless almighty also made his move. Originally, he was disdainful of being surrounded. After all, he had a noble status. But now, seeing that the 3 top almighties couldn't even take down the other party, he was furious. The peerless almighty's face was gloomy. In the next moment, he decisively made his move. The peerless almighty's attack greatly increased the pressure on Lin Xian. For a moment, he was surrounded by danger and was almost hit by a palm strike. Fortunately, he was fast enough and was only grazed by the palm wind. Even so, he was still forced to retreat, the blood in his body churning. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. At this point, Lin Xian's great dragon sword soul began to circulate wildly. At the same time, a terrifying energy erupted in his body. Demon Seal. Battle Song. Lin Xian suddenly unleashed 2 powerful attacks towards the peerless almighty. Boom! The peerless almighty was sent flying. At the same time, he charged towards the 3 top almighties. Boom! 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 The dragon's sword domain completely erupted, and countless sword qi descended, forcing the 3 top almighties to separate. At this moment, Lin Xian waved his hand, and countless sea gods' ice erupted, forming a terrifying world of ice that enveloped 2 of the top almighties. Only the last one was left. Go to hell. The great dragon sword soul in Lin Xian's body erupted, and the dragon source ancient sword mercilessly slashed down. This attack was incomparably terrifying. Even the top almighties would feel their scalps go numb if they saw it, let alone the top almighties. Therefore, this pinnacle mighty figure screamed as he was split in half. The armor on his body was also split open by the sword. Boom! Boom! On the other side, the two top almighties broke through the ice wall and charged out. But soon they were stunned, because their companion had been killed by the other party. Instantly, they were so scared that their scalps went numb. Buzz! However, at this moment, a golden light suddenly pierced into their souls, and they seemed to have lost control of their souls and fell into a momentary daze. Poof! When they recovered, two heads had already flown into the air. Damn it, how could this be? The almighties who were watching the battle from afar were all scared out of their wits when they saw this scene. 3 top almighties were killed just like that. This kid was too terrifying. Not only was he powerful, but he also had rich combat experience. It could be said that he was far beyond their imagination. Perhaps no one below the top almighties was a match for this kid. They were terrified and did not dare to attack him again. However, at this moment, the top almighty charged over again. Previously, he was sent flying by the 2 sword chi and was injured. However, he was still a top almighty after all. Although the 2 sword chi had injured him, it was not fatal. Therefore, he charged over again. The battle erupted again. On the other side, the Crimson Dragon had also killed 5 elite almighties. However, at this moment, another top almighty charged up from below. When he fought with the Crimson Dragon, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Although the Crimson Dragon had just entered the almighty realm like Lin Xian, he was a dragon and had the dragon race's great divine power. Therefore, he was on par with the top almighties for a while. Buzz! At this moment, the top almighty who was fighting with Lin Xian, the 4 symbols king, roared angrily. His body emitted an extremely terrifying light, accompanied by countless lightning bolts that descended around him. For symbols divine thunder, terrifying lightning flashed in the air and blasted towards Lin Xian. Chapter 2219. This lightning was too terrifying. Not only did it contain the power of a peerless almighty, but it also contained the power of the 4 symbols pagoda. The 2 combined into one, forming a monstrous attack. Lin Xian naturally felt threatened. He instantly activated the ice shield, and the terrifying ice goddess statue formed. Its huge wings enveloped him. At the same time, the dragon's sword domain quickly shrunk, completely enveloping him. Countless sword chi surrounded him, forming a sword Dao world. Boom! 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 The lightning that filled the sky blasted onto the ice goddess statue, producing a violent sound. Then, the ice goddess statue was pierced through. Boom! Boom! The terrifying icy aura caused the lightning energy to dim. In fact, many of them were even frozen. However, the 4 symbols divine lightning still passed through the icy aura and attacked Lin Xian again. Clang! The sword chi around Lin Xian was extremely sharp. It destroyed all the lightning, and none of it could get close to him. Seeing this scene, the kings of the general's residence were all stunned. Their scalps went numb. Although they knew that the other party was very powerful, they did not expect him to be so powerful. It was far beyond their imagination. The other party was only a young man in his 20s, but he actually had the battle strength of a peerless almighty. It was too shocking. Kill. Hurry up and kill. Form a formation. Cooperate with the killing formation and attack. Kill him for me. The peerless almighty in front roared. Kill. Soon, the almighty kings from the general's mansion rushed over. Some of them joined forces, some formed a formation, and some directly controlled the killing formation to attack Lin Xian. Boom! 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 A terrifying energy burst out, but the result left them extremely shocked. This was because the young man in front of them was ridiculously powerful. It was completely beyond their imagination. A casual sword chi from the other party was like the Milky Way, crushing the surroundings and shattering all of their attacks. How was he human? He was simply like a sword god that had descended into the mortal world. Poof! An elite almighty wielded a long saber and attacked with the help of a formation. However, he was directly cut in half by the other party's sword chi. Blood splattered, dyeing the void red. Damn it! He was too powerful. The others were pale and trembling. Boom! Another earth-shattering sound rang out. 4 elite powerhouses had joined forces to form a killing formation. They descended from the sky, wanting to envelop him. This killing formation was incomparably terrifying. It carried with it a shocking killing aura that pierced through the void. However, it was still useless. After being slashed apart by the other party's sword, it turned into spiritual energy that filled the air and scattered in all directions. As for the 4 elite almighties, they spat out blood and flew backwards. Damn it, impossible! Who are you? Who are you? These people were all crazy, screaming nonstop. They simply couldn't believe that a young man could be so powerful. Who am I? Who do you think I am? Lin Xian sneered. Meanwhile, the more these people looked, the more shocked they became. Damn it, could it be someone from the war clan? After thinking about it, they realized that only the legendary war race could produce such a young genius. Other than that, it was impossible for anyone else to do so. However, why did the battle race want to take action against their general manor? This shouldn't be the case. Thus, he shouldn't be someone from the war clan. However, if it wasn't the war race, then who could it be? Which young man could be so heaven-defying? They really couldn't figure it out. However, Lin Xian sneered. Why, don't you recognize me? Your general manor sent so many almighties to hunt me down, and now you don't recognize me? What, hunt you down? These almighties were stunned, and then their expressions changed drastically. Damn it, could it be you? They were extremely shocked because they thought of a person. A young demon king, a person who was wanted by the Tai dynasty, a person who killed the Golden Lion King. Thinking of this, they came to a realization. Perhaps only such a demon king would have such terrifying strength. The other party could even kill a peerless genius of the war clan. One could imagine how terrifying he was. However, wasn't this kid being hunted down? Why would he appear here? And he wanted to cause trouble in their general manor? Could it be that this kid wanted to take revenge? It seems that you have recognized who I am. Since you know who I am, then you should know what will happen to you. Obediently kneel on the ground and surrender. Otherwise, don't blame me for massacring the general manor. What? You really suppressed the general manor. Hearing this, these people felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave, and their bodies began to tremble. They did not expect the other party to be so arrogant. That was the general manor. General Xianying's manor was not inferior to the king's manor. However, now a young man had come knocking on their door and threatened to suppress them. If news of this spread, how would the general manor survive in the future? However, the other party was too powerful. Even a peerless almighty could not kill him. He was definitely a murderous fiend. Therefore, they really could not do anything to him for the time being. Could it be that the general manor was really going to be suppressed? Ah, damn it. Impossible. Kill him for me. Someone roared angrily, and his body emitted a terrifying light. King Domain soared into the sky and enveloped the surroundings. At that moment, more than 10 king domains flickered in the sky, and the sky was filled with light, completely sealing off the entire space. Use your king domains. Use your cultivation base to suppress him. Although his combat strength was powerful, his cultivation base was not high. The king domains crazily attacked Lin Xian. In fact, the peerless almighty also activated a king domain and flew over quickly. Lin Xian sneered. His body flickered, and he was the first to dodge the almighty's domain. However, he did not bother to dodge the other king domains. Buzz! The dragon source ancient sword was swung, and the void was cut in half. Then, The king domain of an almighty was directly split apart. Not only that, the light that filled the sky disappeared, and at the same time a scream was heard. That elite almighty was also slashed into a bloody mist by the sword. Seeing this scene, everyone's scalps went numb. Some of the ordinary almighties even began to flee into the distance. The other party was too terrifying. Killing almighties was like mowing grass. How would they dare to stay here? However, in the next moment they screamed. This was because they realized that they could only escape a few thousand miles away. They could not go any further. An incomparably terrifying and mysterious array completely enveloped the entire general manor. It cut off all their escape routes. What? The general manor was completely sealed off. Damn it! Seeing this scene, the Almighty's faces were extremely gloomy. They did not expect the other party to be so decisive and completely seal off the entire general manor. When did the other party make a move? How could there be such an exquisite array formation? They did not dare to imagine. On the other side, the Crimson Dragon sneered. You want to escape? How is that possible? You can't break Benhuang's array formation. Chapter 2220. Seeing this, even the faces of the two Almighties turned gloomy. Roussillon, do it. Activate the killing formation and kill them all for me, Lin Xian said coldly. At the same time, his dragon sword realm also surged out and collided with the other realms in the sky. Instantly, cracking sounds could be heard. Countless king realms were instantly shattered. The dragon sword realm was too powerful. Countless dragon-shaped sword qi surged out from within. It contained the power of the dragon sword soul and had the power to split the heavens and earth. The king realms of these almighties could not withstand it at all. Lin Xian charged forward like a god of death and chased after these almighties. Damn it! Stop it! At the sight of this, the four symbols kings let out a furious roar. He quickly chased after Lin Xian, but Lin Xian's speed was so fast that he couldn't catch up for a while. This made him mad. He could only watch as his subordinates were killed one by one in the void. On the other side, the Crimson Dragon also made its move. It opened its mouth and spat out killing formations one after another. These killing formations were all prepared by it. Now that it used them, they were extremely terrifying. The other supreme being, the demonic crystal guru, roared out furiously as well as he launched an attack. He wanted to destroy these killing formations. However, as soon as these killing formations appeared, they covered all directions. Even though he destroyed some of them, more of them surrounded the remaining almighties. Ah, 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 ah. Screams of agony rang out one after another. It was extremely miserable. Soon, countless people were pierced by these killing formations. Blood flowed freely. Above the general's residence, a rain of blood fell. It was unusually bloody and had a pungent smell. Boom! The commotion here finally alarmed the general's residence below. Countless martial artists rushed over, but the weaker ones were directly killed by the energy in the sky. However, this was the mysterious Yin general's residence after all. Its status was comparable to a king's residence. There were still many experts here. At this moment, a large group of people rushed over from the depths of the general's residence. They were murderous like gods of war. Boom! 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 As soon as they appeared, these people attacked and shattered all the killing formations in the surroundings. The energy that filled the sky was torn apart, and the terrifying light disappeared. The sky regained its clarity. However, when they saw the scene in the sky, their expressions all changed. Their faces were terrifyingly gloomy. Those king realm almighties from before were all killed, their corpses turning into blood mist. Apart from Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon, there were only two almighties left in the general's mansion. Damn it, who are you, kid? How dare he be so cruel? The warriors who came later roared crazily. Up ahead, Master Magic Crystal said coldly, "He is the one we are looking for. Capture him." Then we will have made a great contribution. What? It was actually that brat. He actually dared to come here. When those people heard this, they were also extremely shocked. They couldn't believe it. However, in the next moment, their eyes shone with a terrifying light. That was great. They had long known that capturing this brat would bring them great benefits. Therefore, at this moment, they were all extremely excited. However, at this moment, Master Magic Crystal said coldly again, "Don't act rashly. He is not simple. Otherwise, we wouldn't have lost so many people. Don't worry, Elder, we won't be careless." Formation. Behind him, a middle-aged man and woman walked out. One of them was wearing a white robe, while the other was wearing a green robe. Both of their auras were extremely powerful. They were top almighties. Among them, the man held the thunder hammer, while the woman held the gale sword. Their king domains instantly rushed out and enveloped the entire sky. Wind and thunder formation. The terrifying power of wind and thunder flew out in an instant, whistling as it shot towards Lin Xian. Clouds and rain. However, the crimson dragon sneered. Countless white mist surged out of his body and slowly rose into the sky. Immediately, the power of wind and thunder that filled the sky was completely absorbed. What was going on? Those clouds could absorb the power of wind and thunder? How was that possible? The other party's top almighties were stunned. They couldn't believe it. The others were also extremely shocked. When they saw the true body of the Crimson Dragon, they all exclaimed, "Flood Dragon! Flood Dragon, my ass! Go and die for Ben Huang!" The Crimson Dragon sneered and waved his dragon claws. The absorbed lightning was released again. Boom! Boom! Terrifying power pierced through the void and surged forward. Boom! 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 The two top almighties were sent flying. They spat out large mouthfuls of blood, and their faces were filled with shock. Attack together! Don't hesitate any more. The four symbols kings also roared angrily. Beside them, Venerable Magic Crystal's body was filled with killing intent. Their expressions were extremely unsightly. Both of them were peerless almighties. Their cultivation was at the early 8-star almighties, and their strength was extremely terrifying. Even top almighties couldn't withstand a single blow from them. But now, the two of them couldn't do anything to each other. This man and dragon were simply too terrifying. However, no matter how terrifying they were, they had to kill each other if they wanted to attack. On the other side, Lin Xian also snorted coldly. In the dragon sword domain, a dragon-shaped sword shadow appeared. It caused the power of the dragon's sword domain to skyrocket again. Streaks of sword chi soared into the sky, each of them able to pierce through Almighty. Not only that, but Lin Xian was also going all out now. Hellfire, sea god ice, terrifying energy surged out and swept in all directions. Not only that, the demon-slaying sword array was formed under his feet. One after another, primordial shadows filled the sky. Terrifying power roared. On the other side, the Crimson Dragon was even more powerful. He repeatedly used the dragon race's mystique, causing Venerable Magic Crystal to continuously retreat. He was in an extremely sorry state. Poof! Poof! In an instant, 5 almighties were killed by Lin Xian. Their corpses fell to the ground. As for the others, they were all extremely terrified. They originally wanted to capture the other party and obtain battle merits. But now it seemed impossible. The other party was like a demon king, causing them to feel despair. Blade Group, send them over. The 4 symbols kings roared. Boom! Pirates must die. Below, a torrent rushed out, and 6 black-robed men appeared. The 6 of them had a biting cold aura. Their eyes emitted a cold light, and there was no emotion on their faces. They carried long sabers on their backs and looked like killing gods. Clang! The 6 black-robed men pulled out their long sabers. Saber light instantly erupted. The 6 of them merged into one and instantly charged forward. Every member of the Blade Group was an extremely terrifying saber monarch. At this moment, the 6 of them even used the 6 directions saber technique. When the 6 of them merged into one, their strength was countless times stronger than before. Buzz! The ancient dragon abyss sword in Lin Xian's hand instantly expanded, turning into a giant sword that was 100 feet long and slashed down crazily. Clang! Clang! The 6 sabers in their hands collided with the ancient dragon abyss sword and broke. Poof! The 6 black-robed swordsmen also vomited blood and were sent flying. Their expressions finally changed. Their faces were filled with fear and shock. What kind of weapon was that? It could break the 6-side saber in an instant. Chapter 22-21. One had to know that each of them had an upper-grade Earth-class artifact in their hands. However, at this moment, they were like pieces of paper, shattered. However, this was not the end. The ancient dragon abyss sword roared as if it had turned into a giant dragon. It transformed into 6 dragon-shaped sword chi and instantly split the bodies of the 6 men. Puff! 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 The bodies of the 6 men in black fell to the ground, causing dust to rise. Blood dyed the ground red. The people around him went crazy. These 6 men were extremely terrifying saber kings. They were powerful. This was the killing move of the Wang residents. However, it was easily broken by someone else. In front of that giant sword, any artifact or saber technique was useless. It was a direct suppression. Nothing could stop it. Damn brat, the general's residence will not let you off. An elite powerhouse roared crazily when he saw the scene. Hearing this, Lin Xian snorted and flicked his finger. Buzz! A sword wave flew out. Puff! The elite powerhouse's eyebrows splattered as he fell into a pool of blood. At this moment, Lin Xian strode forward. It seemed like he wanted to enter the general's residence. Damn it, stop him quickly. Angry roars could be heard. The 4 symbols kings even reached out a huge palm that covered the sky, trying to imprison Lin Xian in the void. Boom! Whoosh! However, Lin Xian's speed was too fast. He only left behind an afterimage as his real body had already entered the general's residence. Boom! Sword chi flew out from Lin Xian's body and slashed forward. Boom! 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 The surrounding buildings, pavilions, and halls of the general's residence were split into pieces. Huge rocks rolled, and the terrifying ground cracked open. The terrifying sound startled everyone. The surrounding martial artists were all dumbfounded. Was this guy really trying to tear down the general's residence? Damn it! He really deserved to die. Kill! Kill him for me! More experts rushed out of the general's residence. When they saw this scene, they roared crazily. In the surroundings, countless formations lit up. Some were defensive, some were offensive. The runes in the sky flickered with terrifying power. However, none of this could stop Lin Xian's sword light. All of a sudden, everything that got close to him was split apart. Not only that, a sword wave spread out in all directions with him as the center. Wherever it passed, the void was mercilessly split open. Wang! Lin Xian formed a seal with his hands. Immediately, countless clouds above the general's residence began to tumble, forming a virtual sky eye that looked down. The terrifying eyes were very illusory, but when he appeared, it still caused the people of the general's residence to be alarmed. At this moment, everyone looked up at the sky. Heavens, what is this thing? The Eye of Heaven? Damn it, what kind of divine ability is this kid using? Everyone was going crazy. Lin Xian, on the other hand, was forming a seal with both hands. Soon, a smile appeared on his face. This illusory eye was the illusion of the heavenly secrets Abhijna, and it was imprinted in the void by him. His purpose was naturally to find the super teleportation array. As expected, Lin Xian soon found it. In the sky, the illusory eye disappeared, and Lin Xian's figure charged forward like a bolt of lightning. "Ruzalong, over here!" Lin Xian called out as he flew. The crimson dragon swung its tail, sending more than a dozen people flying. At the same time, its dragon claws tore through the void and quickly followed. Damn it! Stop them! We have to stop them! The experts of the general's residence roared crazily. They did not know what these two fellows were trying to do. However, they knew that they could not let these two fellows enter the depths of the general's residence. Boom! 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 Tens of thousands of lightning bolts descended from the sky, and the terrifying energy shattered the void. On the other side, a sea of fire surged into the sky. Behind them, hundreds of saber lights slashed down mercilessly like the Milky Way. However, Lin Xian only swung his sword once, and all the terrifying energy in the world was destroyed. Countless large cracks appeared in the void and spread into the distance. A few martial artists were even swallowed up by the cracks. How terrifying! The martial artists of the general's residence were terrified. However, this time they did not escape. They still wanted to stop them. The godly spear team, more than a dozen figures, soared into the sky. They were tall and held red spears in their hands. Their auras were like demonic beasts that rushed into the sky. The spears in their hands were like dragons that pierced through the void. In an instant, the resplendent spear lights that filled the sky enveloped Lin Xian and the crimson dragon. The crimson dragon swung its tail and sent all the spear lights on his side flying. On the other side, Lin Xian formed hand seals and used the great dragon sword soul to simulate the war tribe's seal of fearless lion. A golden lion flew out from Lin Xian's fingertips and roared in all directions. The terrifying sound waves turned into golden waves that surged in all directions. Boom! Pirates must die! The spear lights that filled the sky turned into countless fragments and dissipated. Puff! 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 More than a dozen divine generals spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Countless cracks appeared on their bodies. Many of them directly collapsed and turned into a bloody mist. Damn brat, you're too arrogant. Behind them, the Four Symbols King roared angrily. His body suddenly exploded with light, and his speed instantly increased. He must have used some kind of secret technique to catch up to Lin Xian. Soon he blocked the path. On the other side, the demonic Crystal Venerable also appeared in front of the Crimson Dragon. These two peerless almighties were really angry now. The Four Symbols King unleashed the Four Symbols Pagoda. It floated in the palace and emitted a shocking, killing intent. On the other side, the demonic Crystal Venerable took out a black bottle. The black bottle was engraved with runes and had an extremely cold aura. In the next moment, the demonic Crystal Venerable opened the bottle and injected power. Buzz! The bottle emitted light, and a black poisonous scorpion crawled out of the bottle. The scorpion was extremely black and crystal clear like black jade. It was only the size of a palm. As soon as it appeared, its eyes lit up with a scarlet light. The tail on its back was raised high, and its body emitted an extremely terrifying aura. This aura sent chills down the spines of everyone around. Although it was only the size of a palm, it was an extremely terrifying scorpion. It could even threaten the peerless almighties. Go, kill him! The demonic Crystal Venerable waved his finger, and the black scorpion flew out. It quickly charged towards the Crimson Dragon. On the other side, the Four Symbols King activated the Four Symbols Pagoda. Buzz! The pagoda rapidly expanded. It was 100,000 feet tall, and it was like an ancient demon mountain. It pressed down on Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted. The ancient dragon abyss sword in his hand suddenly expanded into 100 feet long giant sword. He held it and slashed it towards the sky. Crack! This sword was extremely powerful. It was like a divine light with a monstrous killing intent that directly split the void. Then it collided with the terrifying Four Symbols Pagoda. Boom! 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 Huge energy exploded, and thunderous sounds could be heard. Chapter 22:22 Boom! 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 There was a huge explosion of energy and thunderous sounds could be heard. The two collided, and a blast of air swept out in all directions. Although the general's residence was protected by a defensive array formation, the buildings collapsed. It couldn't be helped. This was the attack of a peerless almighty, and it was too terrifying. However, in the next moment, the people in the general's residence screamed. They were all terrified. Even the four symbols, King's face darkened. That was because he realized that his four symbols pagoda had been sent flying, and it crashed into the void, creating a terrifying black hole. Damn it! How can he be so powerful? The four symbols, King's face darkened. He realized that he couldn't suppress the other party. Lin Xian was also surprised. The four symbols pagoda was definitely a top-notch treasure. His dragon, Abyss Valley Ancient sword had only sent it flying, and there were no cracks on it at all. This was something that had never happened before. As expected of a peerless almighty's treasure, it was indeed much more powerful than ordinary top-notch almighties. Humph! Lin Xian sneered. Since you're courting death by blocking my path, I'll fulfill your wish. I'll let you have a taste of my ultimate move. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. He was about to use his ultimate move, but at that moment his heart thumped wildly, and a sense of danger rose from the bottom of his heart. Whoosh! In the next moment, he immediately left his original spot without hesitation and dodged to the side. Buzz! Boom! Just as he was about to move, a black bolt of lightning instantly pierced through the void he was in. The armor on his body was also grazed by the black lightning, and countless cracks immediately appeared. Fortunately, he had more than one defense. Although his armor was shattered, the sword qi on the surface of his body blocked the black energy. Even so, Lin Xian was still frightened. That was because it was too dangerous. If he was any slower, he would have been hit by the black flash, and he would definitely be seriously injured. It might even pierce through his body. Damn it, what exactly is that? Lin Xian was bewildered and looked at the place where he was originally standing. In the next moment, he was stunned. It was because he discovered that it was a black scorpion. It was the size of a palm and looked like black jade. Wasn't this the scorpion released by that peerless almighty earlier? Damn it, I thought he would attack the Crimson Dragon, but I didn't expect him to be his target. Thinking of this, Lin Xian's face darkened. The Crimson Dragon was also shocked. Then he cursed. Damn, that's too shameless. 2 against 1. He did not expect these two peerless almighties to join forces to kill Lin Xian. On the other side, the faces of the two peerless mighty figures were dark. Previously, when they had made their move, they had secretly communicated with one another and decided that the two of them would work together to kill one of them first. This way, the pressure on them would be greatly reduced. Therefore, they set their sights on Lin Xian. However, he did not expect Lin Xian's reaction to be so sharp and quick. In the blink of an eye, he dodged the sure kill attack. Damn it, let's attack together. Kill him. The venerable magic crystal roared angrily and formed a seal with his palms. The black scorpion once again turned into a bolt of lightning and charged over. On the other side, the four symbols kings activated the four symbols pagoda and launched 4 terrifying attacks. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly. He was really angry. He held the ancient Dragon Abyss sword and quickly attacked. Buzz! With a slash of his sword, the terrifying chaotic sword Qi slashed forward like the Milky Way and blocked the attack of the four symbols pagoda. That was not the end. Lin Xian quickly waved his arm. 8 streaks of sword Qi flew over quickly one after another. The sword light was like a stormy sea, bringing with it endless air waves that tore the void apart. Clang! Boom! 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 One sword fell and another rose. The sword Qi was even more powerful than the previous one and appeared one after another like a wave. Damn it! On the other side, the four symbols king's face darkened and they were extremely shocked. That was because he had suffered a great impact. His opponent's sword light was continuous. After the first sword strike, the second one soon fell. Moreover, the power of the second sword strike was even more violent than the previous one. In this way, he could not block the ninth sword strike at all. Not only him, but Magic Crystal Venerable's face also darkened. That was because his opponent had launched 9 streaks of sword chi in a row. They were like a wave that suppressed the entire space. His black scorpion was also under great threat and could not break through, let alone kill his opponent. Humph! 2 shameless old men. You want to fight me together? Impossible. Ben Huang will kill you. The crimson dragon also flew over. It raised its huge head and roared. Roar! 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 The terrifying dragon roar was earth-shattering. It shook the surrounding warriors and made their blood boil. Their faces were extremely pale. In the sky, the black scorpion also stopped moving. It no longer flew quickly and even began to tremble. It looked as if it was kneeling before a king. Damn it! How was that possible? Magic Crystal Venerable's face changed drastically when he saw that. The black scorpion was called the Ink Jade Scorpion. It was an extremely terrifying ancient mutated species that was extremely fast. Moreover, it was highly poisonous. Even a peerless almighty would die from the poison if they were hit. It could be said that it was extremely terrifying. It was an ancient mutated species that had the power of a bloodline. Even a peerless almighty would not be able to make it tremble. However, his opponent's roar made his scorpion tremble. It could not help but kneel down. This was simply too shocking and unbelievable. Boom! Pirates will die. It made his opponent reveal its true form and make it tremble. At that moment, the crimson dragon laughed. He slapped the scorpion away with his claw. Countless cracks had appeared on his black body, and black blood was even flowing out from them. As soon as it landed, it corroded the entire ground. All the trees and plants in the surroundings withered. Damn it! Run! It's highly poisonous. The surrounding martial artists fled frantically. A few of them who were too slow were covered by the black aura. Their bodies quickly decayed, and in the end, not even their bones were left. They turned into a pool of black blood. Seeing that, everyone was terrified and did not dare to approach. Damn it! Magic Crystal Venerable roared when he saw that the Ink Jade Scorpion was injured. He waved his arm. He made use of the black liquid that dripped down. It turned into black poisonous needles and flew towards Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon. Wherever it passed, the void would be pierced and black holes would appear one after another. From this, one could imagine how potent the toxicity of the black blood was. Whoosh! The Crimson Dragon opened its mouth and spat out balls of dragon flame. He was a dragon. So what if his opponent was strong? Could it be that his bloodline was more powerful than his? He did not believe it. The dragon flame was indeed the nemesis of the black poison. It instantly burned the black blood. Damn it! How is that possible? Magic Crystal Venerable was shocked when he saw that. He could not believe it. Chapter 22-23. He realized that this dark red flood dragon was simply too strange. His opponent was ridiculously powerful. Could it be an ancient mutant too? He could not understand. However, he soon exclaimed again. Not only did the Crimson Dragon destroy the black blood, but Lin Xian's sword chi also destroyed the black blood. Damn it! How did he do it? The venerable magic crystal was going crazy. He could accept it if the Crimson Dragon could do it. He felt that Lin Xian had an extraordinary background and was very likely to be an ancient mutant beast. However, how did the young man in front of him do it? Lin Xian was only a human. How could he have such a powerful sword chi? He could not believe it. However, he didn't have time to think too much at this moment because Lin Xian's ultimate move was coming at him again. The ancient dragon abyss sword in Lin Xian's hand suddenly emitted a sharp light as if a peerless beast had awakened. The sharpness of the sword instantly increased. Damn it! There was something wrong with the sword. The venerable magic crystal and the four symbols kings immediately changed their expressions. They felt a chill down their spines and a deathly threat. They did not know what the sword in Lin Xian's hand was. However, their instincts told them not to take it head-on. Buzz! 9 runes appeared on the ancient Dragon Abyss sword in Lin Xian's hand, and one of them quickly disappeared. The aura on the sword also reached its peak. Oh no, dodge! The two supreme beings' expressions changed when they felt the aura on the sword suddenly increase. That was because they felt a deathly threat. That feeling was too creepy. They had not felt it for hundreds of years. Who would have thought that he would actually be able to sense it from a junior? Buzz! The ancient Dragon Abyss sword slashed down, shattering the void. The four symbols king screamed. The four symbols pagoda beside him was instantly blasted away, and a crack appeared on it. Not only that, but he was even more miserable. The armor on his body was dented, and more than half of his bones were broken. He crashed into more than 10 palaces. What? A supreme being was sent flying. How was that possible? Those people went crazy. They could not believe it. However, at this moment, the magic crystal guru roared and turned to flee. However, how could Lin Xian let him escape? He held the Dragon Abyss in his hand and swept it out. A terrifying crescent-shaped sword chi flew out. Damn it, block for me. Magic crystal guru roared and released his king's domain in front of him. His king's domain was a field of violet gold crystals, and each of them was like a demonic pillar that spun in the sky, giving off a terrifying aura. Unfortunately, this time, it was unable to block Lin Xian's sword chi. This was because Lin Xian had unlocked the first seal on the ancient Dragon Abyss sword. That power was absolutely terrifying. Thus, in the blink of an eye, the demonic crystal guru's king's domain cracked. As for the magic crystal guru, he spat out mouthfuls of blood and cut a sorry figure. Boom! In the next moment, he also flew out and crashed into a dozen pavilions. Boom! Boom! The earth trembled, countless rocks flew, and dust filled the air. The terrifying sound caused everyone to fall into a daze. This was because they did not dare to imagine that 2 peerless almighties would be sent flying by 2 swords. What kind of technique was that? How could that be? Who was that person? That was too terrifying. At the side, dark red Shenhong sneered. The general's residence was just SOO. Today, I'll wash your general's residence with blood. I'll let you know the consequences of offending us. As he spoke, he also swung his dragon tail. The huge tail was like a river that swept in all directions. Wherever it passed, the earth split open, and the arrays in the sky were all shattered. Nothing could withstand it. Buzz! Who was it? How dare you cause trouble in my general's residence? In the sky, there was an angry roar. Following that, dozens of figures appeared. This time, after the dozens of figures appeared, hundreds of figures flashed quickly in the general's residence below. More and more experts moved out, and the first person to roar was a middle-aged man. He had a pale face and no beard, and his eyes were cold with a biting, cold, killing intent. The aura on his body was monstrous and pierced through the void. If one looked carefully, one would realize that his appearance was very similar to General Xianying's. That was because he was General Xianying's younger brother, Xianfeng. After Xianfeng came out, he looked around with a gloomy face. Soon, he fixed his eyes on Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon. Attack! Kill them for me. I want to use their souls and flesh as a sacrifice to my dead clansmen. Kid, go to hell. Beside him, the void split open, and a middle-aged man in a white robe walked out. He held a 5-colored feather fan in his hand, and it emitted a terrifying power. Buzz! As the feather fan waved, a strong wind blew between the heavens and the earth. Sand and stones flew, and the mountains and palaces were all blown away. The terrifying power of the wind surged in the air, and the strong wind turned into wind blades that slashed towards Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon. This scene was too terrifying. It was as if the world was about to be destroyed. Get lost, Lin Xian roared. He waved his ancient sword, and the terrifying sword Qi tore all the wind blades apart. On the other hand, his dark red divine dragon was moving forward rapidly. Kid, you block them first. Whitey and I will go and collect some things, the crimson dragon said. He then waved his hand and grabbed the little white monkey from the black earth vessel. Whitey yawned and was very dissatisfied. However, after hearing the crimson dragon's plan, its big gem-like eyes flashed with a sneaky light. Roar! The crimson dragon roared and flew down. The little white monkey rode on its back and cheered. Damn it, stop him for me! The middle-aged man, Xian Feng, roared. Suddenly, hundreds of martial artists rushed out of the cave, trying to stop him. Some of them joined hands, and some of them formed arrays. In short, they would not let the crimson dragon pass. Unfortunately, the crimson dragon roared and tore the void apart. At the same time, he spewed out dragon flames that spread in all directions. The terrifying flame aura made the hundreds of martial artists scream. Whitey was also constantly swaying its body. It was like a bolt of white lightning. Anyone who got close to it would be knocked unconscious with a single slap. Damn it! When the man in white saw this, he quickly waved his feather fan and wanted to attack the crimson dragon. However, he was blocked by Lin Xian's sword radiance. Humph! Lin Xian snorted. Your opponent is me. He naturally would not let these people touch the crimson dragon. He knew that the crimson dragon and Whitey were probably going to rob the general's residence. How could he let others destroy such a good thing? Damn it. Half of you go and kill those two demonic beasts. The rest of you, kill this kid here. Xian Feng stood in the void and roared crazily. Whoosh! 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 More than 10 figures blocked Lin Xian. The man in white quickly waved his wind blades. On the other side, a woman in blue was holding a blue bell and shaking it gently. Chapter 2224. Crack! 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 Dark clouds rolled in the sky and heavy rain poured down. A hole seemed to have been torn in the sky. Lightning fell from the sky, mixed with rain. It was abnormally terrifying. The power of lightning was all directed at Lin Xian. On the left, there was a burly man in yellow. He was 3 meters tall, and his muscles bulged like a dragon. His hands kept dancing in the air, and suddenly, yellow mountains appeared in the sky. They were like Mount Tai, tens of thousands of feet tall. They quickly fell and instantly exploded the void, wanting to completely suppress Lin Xian. The person on the right was even more strange. It was a black-robed man with a red ghost mask on his face and a white soul-summoning banner in his hand. He waved it gently, and thousands of vengeful spirits roared, emitting a cold aura, wanting to tear Lin Xian apart. You want to compete with me? Go to hell! Lin Xian shouted coldly and roared at the sky. His black hair danced wildly. He was like a god of death. The ancient dragon abyss sword in his hand kept slashing out, and the dragon's sword domain on his body quickly cooperated. Boom! With a swing of the sword Qi intertwined and turned into a black tortoise. It burned fiercely and instantly knocked away the 10,000 feet tall mountain. Not only that, the black tortoise slapped down. Terrifying black flames pierced through the void and directly smashed the burly man in yellow into ashes. Buzz! The sword moved horizontally, forming an icy wind in the sky. It spread in all directions, and the terrifying power of ice froze the storm that filled the sky. With another swing of the sword, the terrifying sword light formed a dragon phoenix fire furnace. Black flames spread and burned all the vengeful spirits to death. Facing the terrifying lightning above his head, Lin Xian's figure swayed and directly rushed over. The dragon's sword domain swayed beside him, turning into an azure dragon that bared its fangs and brandished its claws, surging and roaring. Boom! The azure dragon's shadow was angry and tore all the lightning apart. Not only that, millions of sword lights flew out from Lin Xian's body and slashed in all directions. Puff, 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 puff. The dozen or so experts in the surroundings quickly screamed. They were hit by hundreds of thousands of sword chi and directly turned into blood mist. Damn it! How can he be so strong? I don't believe it. Many people roared madly. However, at this moment, an old man walked out. He held a purple pagoda and said coldly, "Everyone help me!" The king, realm, mighty figures of the general's mansion all turned around in shock. This was the demon sealing pagoda. Everyone exclaimed. Who would have thought that he would even take out such a treasure? The demon sealing pagoda was an extremely terrifying treasure. Since it was able to seal experts, it contained terrifying Tao patterns. It was extremely terrifying. It was even rumored that it could seal peerless almighties. Now that he had taken it out, the people from the general's residence regained their confidence. Charge! Another dozen or so almighties quickly came to the old man's side. They kept waving their palms, sending streams of spiritual energy into the demon sealing pagoda. Whoa! The demon sealing pagoda shone with boundless light, and mysterious runes appeared on it. Whoosh! It shot out a purple ray of light, which instantly enveloped Lin Xian. Lin Xian frowned. He felt a sense of danger and wanted to use the demigods and semi-devils. However, a terrifying power instantly sucked him into the demon sealing pagoda. Boom! The demon sealing pagoda rotated in the air and landed on the ground. The Tao patterns on it shone even brighter. Ha 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 ha! Seeing this scene, the people from the general's residence finally laughed wildly. Their bodies were stained with blood, but at this moment they were cheering. That was because they had finally captured the young Demon King. As expected of the demon sealing pagoda, a legendary treasure. It was indeed terrifying. I'll be able to completely refine that kid in less than half an hour. At that time, we'll seal that dragon. I want to extract their souls from their bodies. I'll burn them with endless flames. I'll let them suffer for thousands of years. I'll let them know what it means to live a life worse than death. These people looked ferocious. However, at this moment, a cold voice came from the demon sealing pagoda. What demon sealing pagoda? In my opinion, it's just a broken pagoda. Do you really think you can seal me? What? Hearing this voice, everyone was stunned. What was going on? How could this kid still speak? They were terrified because legend had it that after entering the demon sealing pagoda, even peerless almighties would be sealed by a terrifying power. In the end, they would turn into a pool of blood. However, the other party could still speak, and from the looks of it, he didn't seem to have suffered much damage. What was going on? Could it be that the energy in the demon sealing pagoda was useless against this kid? Impossible. They were about to go crazy. This kid was too strange. The old man's face was even gloomier. He roared angrily. Everyone, let's work together and quickly refine this kid. Okay. The dozen or so almighties nodded. They quickly activated their spiritual power and poured it into the demon sealing pagoda. Immediately, terrifying Tao patterns flickered, and the demon sealing pagoda shone brightly. It was like a peerless treasure that kept spinning. Boom! However, at this moment, the demon sealing pagoda trembled violently, and a terrifying voice sounded like thunder. The dozen or so almighties' faces turned pale. Damn it, what was going on? These almighties were terrified, while the old man's face was gloomy. Oh no, that kid is trying to break through. Hurry up and suppress him. Don't let him out. Hurry up, everyone come over. Another 20 or so figures came over, and there were more than 10 kings among them. Although they were weak, they couldn't care less now. It was always good to be able to add a bit of strength. Immediately, the dozen or so kings joined forces and frantically poured their power into the demon sealing pagoda, wanting to seal Lin Xian. However, at this moment, another earth-shattering sound was heard. This time, it was several times stronger than before. Boom! The shock waves caused the King Realm experts to continuously retreat. Some of the kings even vomited blood. They were terrified. They didn't expect the other party to be so powerful. Damn it! They gritted their teeth and prepared to use their powers again. Boom! 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 Another earth-shattering explosion sounded in front of them. Then the incomparably terrifying demon ceiling pagoda exploded into pieces. And from inside, a figure rushed out. That person was Lin Xian. As soon as he appeared, he used the chaotic Heaven Destroyer sword, and the terrifying sword technique pierced through all directions. More than 30 martial artists were all killed. Murderous intent surged from his body, and his eyes flickered with a golden light. He was like a god of death. Those who block me will die. Lin Xian held the ancient Dragon Abyss sword, and dragon-shaped sword qi surrounded his body as he strode forward. The demon ceiling pagoda was indeed powerful, but Lin Xian's great dragon sword soul was even more terrifying. The moment he entered the demon ceiling pagoda, he directly sent out the great dragon sword soul. The power of the great dragon sword soul was incomparably terrifying. Coupled with the ancient Dragon Abyss sword, the power was absolutely shocking. Therefore, although the demon ceiling pagoda was powerful, it couldn't resist at all and was directly blown apart. That was why the previous scene happened. After killing these King Realm almighties, Lin Xian strode forward. Chapter 22-25. Around them, countless figures moved quickly. They did not dare to get close at all. That was because the scene from before had truly shocked them to the core. In the air, Xian Feng looked at the other party with a gloomy face. He did not expect the other party to be so powerful. Could it be that the other party could really massacre the general's mansion? Thinking of this, his face turned gloomy and he looked to the other side. There, a dark red figure and a white figure were moving freely. The terrifying power also blasted all the martial artists in the general's mansion away. Not only that, the dragon and monkey specifically picked the secret chamber of the general's mansion and robbed many treasures. Seeing this scene, Xian Feng's face became even gloomier. Two beasts actually dared to rob the general's mansion? If this spread out, no one would believe it. However, at this moment, there was another exclamation from below. Not good. Damn it. This kid's target was actually there. Hearing this, Xian Feng also looked down. In the next moment, his pupils shrank, because he also discovered Lin Xian's intention. Damn it, this kid's target was actually the super teleportation array. Could it be that he wanted to escape? Xian Feng's face was gloomy. He naturally knew that the entire Tai dynasty was after the other party, and the one who was in charge of this matter was his elder brother. In addition to the tempting reward issued by the imperial edict, it could be said that all the experts in the entire Tai dynasty were chasing after the other party. Not only that, it was said that the experts of the war tribe were also there. Moreover, these people also knew that the other party was likely to use the super teleportation array to escape. Therefore, the 12 main cities were heavily guarded with countless almighties guarding them. As long as the other party dared to enter, they would definitely capture him. However, they did not expect that the other party did not enter the 12 main cities, but came to their general's mansion instead. Other than the 12 main cities, there were super teleportation arrays in the Duke's mansions. Of course, there was another place which was their general's mansion. Whether it was the Duke's mansion or the general's mansion, they were heavily guarded and had many experts. Moreover, they did not think that the other party would dare to come. However, they did not expect the other party to really come. Damn it, this is too much. Does he really think that there is no one in the general's mansion? Xian Feng's face was gloomy, his eyes were red, and his body emitted a biting, cold, killing intent. The other party actually wanted to use the super teleportation array to escape. How could he let him succeed? Men, set up the 10-direction killing array. He absolutely could not let that brat escape. His voice was loud and clear, spreading to every corner of the general's residence. In an instant, countless figures soared into the air and converged in this direction. They quickly took their positions below. Inscriptions lit up under their feet and intertwined on the ground. It formed an incomparably profound array. There were hundreds of people in this formation, and all of them were King Realm experts. At this moment, they had formed a terrifying killing formation together. The energy was truly terrifying to the extreme. The 10-direction killing formation was a formation passed down from ancient times. It was extremely terrifying. It was rumored that once it was used, it could wipe out the 9 heavens, 10 earths, no one able to escape. At this moment, seeing that Lin Xian wanted to use the super teleportation formation, Xian Feng could no longer hold it in. He displayed the incomparably terrifying Great Sand Town. Buzz, buzz, buzz! Sounds rang out one after another. Terrifying radiance linked up heaven and earth. These were all formed from murderous energy. As soon as they came out, they tore apart the sky and quickly flew toward Lin Xian. This was the murderous aura formed by the ancient array. It was extremely terrifying. When Lin Xian saw the array and felt the murderous aura, his face changed. That was because he felt a sense of danger. Moreover, what shocked him even more was that the 10-direction killing formation had sealed the entire space. Terrifying murderous aura was everywhere. It pierced through the void, making it impossible for him to dodge. Humph! Lin Xian snorted. Since he couldn't dodge, he could only block it with all his might. He formed a seal with his palms, and the sea god's ice spread rapidly on his body. The ice goddess appeared, and the terrifying power of ice resisted the murderous aura. Boom, boom, boom. The power of the sea god's ice was extremely terrifying. It instantly froze the surroundings. The murderous aura in the sky was completely frozen. At a glance, it was a world of ice and frost. In fact, even the King Realm experts below were trembling. Because of this cold aura, their faces turned pale and the blood in their bodies was about to be frozen. Damn it, this guy has such a strong power of ice. He actually blocked the first layer of murderous aura. Many people were shocked. However, Xian Feng snorted. Don't panic. So what if this guy is strong? The 10-direction killing formation had a total of 10 layers of attacks. Each layer would increase the power by several folds. The fact that he could block the first layer didn't mean anything. Don't worry. By the time he reaches the 10th layer, he will definitely die. No one would be able to resist it. Hearing this, the people felt more at ease. Indeed, the 10-direction killing formation had a total of 10 layers of attacks. The power of each layer would increase by several folds. As expected, when these people crazily circulated their inner strength and poured it into the killing formation, countless murderous aura rose between heaven and earth again. This time, the energy was much stronger than before. It directly broke open the void and formed a terrifying black hole. Hellfire. Seeing the second layer of murderous aura, Lin Xian snorted. Countless black flames surged out and spread in all directions. This was the hellfire. It was extremely terrifying. It burned fiercely and ignited the murderous aura. Under the terrifying power of the flames, the second layer of murderous aura was burned clean. Damn it! Below, those people roared and launched the third layer of murderous aura. Boom, boom, boom. This time, the murderous aura was extremely terrifying. It was like the Milky Way that descended from the 9 heavens. That energy was absolutely unimaginable. Lin Xian snorted coldly. The energy of the sea god's ice and the hellfire intertwined, forming the power of ice and fire to resist the third layer of murderous aura. Then, a sharp light burst out from his eyes. His palms danced continuously, and the power of ice and fire intertwined to form the hell's ice lotus. Under his control, it flew downward. He was not a person who would sit and wait for death. Since the other party had attacked, how could he not retaliate? The terrifying hell's ice lotus spun in the air and continued to expand. The power of ice and fire on it quickly bloomed like a lotus of destruction. As soon as they got close and felt the power of ice and fire, the expressions of the king almighties below all changed. Their faces were filled with fear. Damn it! Block it! These people released the fourth layer of murderous aura. The terrifying murderous aura soared into the sky like a dragon, roaring ferociously. It collided with the hell's ice lotus. The collision of the two caused an earth-shattering explosion. It was like thunder that spread in all directions. The entire sky was blown up. Terrifying energy swept out, and a large number of palaces collapsed. The general's mansion below was once again heavily damaged. Boom! The fourth layer of murderous aura was too terrifying. Even the hell's ice lotus could not resist it. It shattered in an instant. Chapter 22-26. The fourth streak of killing intent was seriously too terrifying. Even the hell's ice lotus could not resist it too. It shattered in an instant. However, the energy formed by its explosion also blocked the attack of the fourth streak of killing intent, causing the killing intent that filled the sky to dissipate into thin air. Humph! The fifth attack began for me. In the sky, Xian Feng snorted coldly, his expression grim. The other party was actually able to block 4 streaks of killing intent in a row. It seriously exceeded his expectations. One had to know this was an ancient array formation, the 10-directional killing array. Actually, the first streak of killing intent was already able to exterminate a powerhouse. He did not expect that the other party could actually block 4 streaks. It made him hard to believe. But so what? 10 streaks of killing intent. The other party absolutely could not block the attacks behind. Sure enough, when the 5th streak of killing intent rushed over, Lin Xian's expression was solemn too. He felt a surge of terrifying aura pervading in the sky. This was still only the 5th streak of killing intent. One could imagine how terrifying the last few streaks would be. Boom! 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 The power of ice and fire around him was instantly penetrated and shattered into pieces. Seeing this scene, the faces of those martial artists in the general manor were all wild with joy. Penetrated. His defense was penetrated. Haha, this kid is absolutely dead for sure. Fighting for so long, they finally broke the other party's defense. Thinking about it, the killing intent this time would definitely be able to penetrate the other party. Annihilate the other party. Lin Xian also frowned. One had to admit that these 5 streaks of killing intent were indeed incomparably terrifying. His power of ice and fire was actually unable to resist. Then, what if adding in the power of lightning? The power of ice, fire, and lightning in Lin Xian's body right now all came from the 3-headed hellhound. These 3 types of power were originally of the same origin. So at this moment, Lin Xian displayed a great magical ability and directly fused the 3 types of power together. Boom! 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 In the sky, flames spread out, lightning descended, and cold ice scattered. The terrifying 3 types of power fused in the sky, transforming into the 3-headed hellhound, roaring at the sky. Roar! The 3 heads were incomparably hideous. Although it was just an illusion at this moment, it seemed as if it was real, crushing the void. That enormous body made everyone's expression change. Damn it! What was this thing? These people were terrified. 3-headed hellhound. This was the legendary Cerberus. Someone cried out in surprise. Damn it, how did he do it? Kill! Lin Xian roared. He stood on the Cerberus and waved his hand. Wung! 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 The 3 heads began to bombard each other. Boom! Bolts of lightning descended, piercing through heaven and earth. This came from the middle head. The left head spewed out hellfire, while the right head spewed out terrifying ice. The 3 heads attacked at the same time, and a terrifying energy descended upon the world. These energies collided with the 5th killing intent, causing the heavens to collapse and the earth to split. The aftermath of the energy was like a vast ocean, sweeping in all directions. In the end, the fifth wave of killing intent was blocked. Damn it, he actually blocked it. How was this possible? Dream, I must be dreaming. The people from the general's mansion were all stunned. They looked at the gigantic Cerberus in the sky, as well as Lin Xian's figure. With so many powerful cultivators joining forces, they unleashed the 10-directional absolute kill formation and unleashed the fifth wave of terrifying killing intent. However, they were unable to injure him at all. They couldn't believe it. Was he still human? Was he really from the younger generation? Even a peerless almighty wouldn't be able to do this. On the other side, Xian Feng's face was gloomy. His body was surging with killing intent. He gritted his teeth and roared. Damn it, the sixth wave of killing intent. Kill him. Boom. The sixth wave of killing intent was extremely terrifying, far surpassing the fifth wave. Therefore, even the Cerberus with 3 types of energy couldn't block it. In the end, it was killed by the sixth wave of killing intent. Humph, without 3 types of energy. Let's see how you block it. Xian Feng snorted. The powerful cultivators from the general's mansion also revealed a sinister smile. The other party's 3 types of energy, ice, lightning, and fire, were completely destroyed. This time, the other party should be dead for sure. He was indeed strong, but so what? In terms of offense, I won't lose to you. Lin Xian snorted. This wasn't a battle of defense, but a battle of offense. The 10-directional absolute kill formations, terrifying killing intent, each wave stronger than the previous. However, Lin Xian's attack power was even more terrifying. The next instant, he brandished the Dragon Abyss Ancient Sword and unleashed the Chaos Heaven Destroyer Sword Art. Battle Song, Demon Seal, 2 types of ultimate moves were unleashed, directly tearing the sixth wave of attack apart. What? He still had an ultimate move. Damn it, how was this possible? Everyone went crazy. In their view, the other party should be helpless without the 3 types of energy attacks. They didn't expect that the other party actually still had such a heaven-defying sword art. Could it be that the other party couldn't be killed? How was this possible? They went crazy and launched the 7th wave of attack again. Chaos Heaven Destroyer Sword, sky crumbling. Lin Xian's body bloomed with incomparable sword light. He launched the 3rd killing move of the Heaven Tier Sword Art. Heaven Tier Sword Art coupled with a Heaven Tier Treasure. That power was terrifying to the extreme. Therefore, the 7th wave of sword art was directly shattered, vanishing into the void. Not only that, this time, the swift and fierce sword light annihilated the killing intent, scattering toward countless figures below. What? He was actually so powerful. Below, those people's scalps tingled. Seeing this scene, their faces turned incomparably pale. Hurry and condense the 8th wave of killing intent. These people roared crazily. However, the 8th wave of killing intent had yet to condense successfully when this sword light already descended. Boom! 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 The ground split open and countless cracks appeared. Many people were directly slashed into a bloody mist. There were also some who vomited large mouthfuls of blood. In an instant, almost 1/3 of the people were killed. Panic. These people were extremely panic-stricken. All of them went crazy. They didn't expect the other party's sword to be so powerful. Damn it, the 9th wave of sword chi. Kill him for me. Kill him for me. Xian Feng roared crazily. His face was terrifying. In his view, when the 5th wave of killing intent was released, it should be able to kill the other party. However, he didn't expect that the 9th wave of killing intent would be released now. The 9th wave of killing intent pierced through heaven and earth. The terrifying energy pierced through all directions. One had to admit that this was the 10-direction ultimate killing formation. It was indeed incomparably terrifying. This wave of killing intent, even if a peerless almighty came, they probably wouldn't be able to resist. Buzz! Pirates must die. Lin Xian naturally also felt the danger. The great dragon sword soul in his body kept roaring, and the dragon's sword domain surrounded him. It merged with the ancient Dragon Abyss sword in his hand. With a slash, it seemed to be able to destroy heaven and earth. In the sky, the sword chi kept surging, turning into a long dragon and tearing the void. The surrounding sky kept collapsing, and the terrifying energy swallowed the 9th wave of killing intent. Subsequently, the two dissipated in the void together. He blocked it. This kid actually blocked the 9th wave of killing intent. How exactly did he do it? The people below went crazy. They didn't dare to believe it at all. Xianfeng was also no longer calm. He quickly descended and also came into the formation. In the next moment, he threw out 9 flags and hit the formation. The 9 flags flickered with mysterious demonic runes. Xianfeng's entire person was also incomparably ferocious. He quickly formed seals, forming one after another magical runes that revolved around him. At the same time, an unusually cold voice came from his mouth and filled the void. The 10th wave of killing intent, 10-direction ultimate killing formation. Chapter 22-27. An unusually cold voice came out of his mouth and spread across the rift. The 10th murderous aura, absolute kill. The last murderous aura of the absolute kill formation was finally unleashed. Along with Xianfeng's voice, the entire absolute kill formation shone brightly and a terrifying force was formed. The expressions of the kings and almighties from the general's mansion changed. Their bodies trembled and their eyes were filled with fear. That was because they felt a mysterious suction force under their feet that sucked away all the energy in their bodies. Damn it, what's going on? Why is this happening? These people screamed crazily. They could clearly feel that the energy in their bodies was quickly disappearing like flowing water. All of it was integrated into the absolute kill formation. This was completely different from when they activated the formation previously. Previously, they were active, but now they were passive. The formation could actually absorb their energy. This was the first time they had seen such a strange thing. No. Damn it. Open up. Some of the weaker kings screamed crazily. Their faces were pale without a trace of blood. In fact, their bodies were on the verge of collapsing at any time. That was because the spiritual energy in their bodies had dried up. However, the devouring force did not disappear and was still sucking them dry. They could not take it at all. Screams were heard as these people fell to the ground without any energy in their bodies. Fortunately, although the formation had absorbed their energy, it did not endanger their lives. This made many people secretly heave a sigh of relief. However, they were still shocked. Lin Xian naturally saw this strange scene as well. He frowned. The 10th murderous aura was too strange. It was even more terrifying than the previous 9. Its power was even more powerful than the previous 9 combined. Boom! Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom. Between heaven and earth. Terrifying vibrations were heard as murderous auras swirled in the sky. These murderous auras were too terrifying. They emitted an extremely mysterious aura that shook people's hearts. Buzz. Moreover, what was even more shocking was that the murderous auras that filled the sky danced in the sky and formed an inexplicable figure. That figure was very blurry, but if one looked closely, one could still vaguely make out that it was a human figure. However, it was too big and covered the sky. One could not see it clearly at all. There seemed to be a low voice coming from somewhere. It was like an ancient, demonic sound, shaking everyone until their scalps went numb. Was this the final attack of the 10-directional killing formation? When the people from the general's residence saw the scene, they were extremely shocked. This was because they had never seen 10 attacks before. At that moment, after seeing it, they all cried out in surprise. This was truly a miracle in the world. Lin Xian also felt a terrifying sense of danger. That hazy figure caused the heavens and earth to tremble. Even the blood in his body began to tremble as if it had been frozen. As expected of an ancient killing formation, it was indeed powerful. Lin Xian did not dare to be the slightest bit careless. The great dragon sword spirit in his body revolved, turning into a dragon shadow that coiled around his body. Wang. Incomparable divine light bloomed from his body as if he was wearing a dragon-shaped armor. In fact, there were even dragon roars that resounded throughout the world. It collided with the mysterious voice in front of him, producing a thunderous sound. Damn it, what was that? King Lin Xian's dragon shadow aura was extremely shocking to these people. Tao of the dragon aura. Damn it, how could he have the aura of the Tao of dragon? Could it be that he was from the royal family? Impossible. How could he be from the royal family? These people were all crazy. The aura of the Tao of dragon was a remarkable ability that only the royal family had, but the other party had actually used it. Moreover, the power was incomparably terrifying. This made them unable to believe it at all, as if they were dreaming. Who was this kid? He was too mysterious. Everyone was extremely shocked. They guessed that the other party was very likely to be from a certain dynasty, but his identity was too secretive. They had no idea at all. However, no one had ever thought of the great dragon sword, because these people would never have thought that this was the great dragon sword spirit. Perhaps other than the Golden Lion King, no one could have guessed it. Wang. The dragon shadow on Lin Xian's body continued to spread, wrapping around the ancient dragon abyss sword and Lin Xian's entire arm. Wang. Lin Xian waved the ancient sword, and the aura of the great dragon sword spirit erupted. A loud dragon roar resounded, sky-shattering. A terrifying heaven-grade sword technique surged out, turning into an eternity between heaven and earth. In the next moment, this eternal sword light collided with the 10th murderous aura attack. Boom! 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 Heaven and earth trembled as terrifying energy blasted out in all directions. The void was instantly torn apart and countless abysses appeared. It was pitch black and extremely terrifying. The general's mansion below also collapsed abruptly. A large number of palaces were destroyed. Even with the defensive array, they could not withstand it at all. At this moment, the entire general's residence was completely impacted. It was split into several pieces, split into several halves. Under the impact of this terrifying energy, Lin Xian kept retreating. He also received the shock wave, and his blood was in turmoil. His face was pale. Fortunately, the dragon-shaped sword aura circled around his body, releasing a terrifying attack that cut off all the energy shockwaves around him. On the other side, Xian Feng and all the other King Almighties kept retreating. Their faces were filled with fear, and their blood was in turmoil. Those who were stronger could still preserve their lives. Those who were weaker were directly sent flying. There were even some who were hit by the blood mist. Most of them had their bones broken, and they spat out large mouthfuls of blood. This sword had severely injured all the King Almighties in the general's mansion. The terrifying energy was still surging, and the cracks between heaven and earth were still spreading. The 10-direction killing array below was spinning rapidly. Most of the murderous aura had been shattered, but some remained in the air, forming vortexes that seemed to be absorbing something. Indeed, the blood below was all absorbed by these vortexes, and then they were absorbed into these vortexes. One should know that the general's mansion had lost many experts in the previous battle. Their blood contained terrifying energy. Although it was scattered in all directions, it did not disappear. At this moment, under the attraction of the murderous aura vortexes, all of it came out. What? It can absorb blood? How is this possible? The surviving Almighties were extremely shocked. Looking at this scene, they quickly retreated, afraid that they would be absorbed. In the distance, the Crimson Dragon and the other experts also appeared. They were originally still fighting, but the energy shockwaves here made them feel bewildered. That was because the energy was simply too powerful. What happened? Everyone was dumbfounded. They had seen the 10-directional absolute kill formation before, but they had never seen such a situation. even that Xian Feng had a face full of shock. To be honest, he had never heard of the 10-direction killing array being able to absorb blood. What is going on? At this moment, everyone in the general's mansion was stunned. Chapter 22-28. The 10-direction killing formation can absorb blood? He had never heard of it before. What's going on? Xian Feng was dumbfounded. At this moment, everyone in the general's mansion was stunned. What's going on? At this moment, everyone in the general's mansion was stunned. Lin Xian furrowed his brows as he watched the strange scene unfold. Beside him, the Crimson Dragon and the snow-white monkey came to his side. The Crimson Dragon said, "Kid, be careful. This formation is a little strange." Lin Xian nodded and held the ancient sword in his hand tightly. In front of him, the 10-direction killing formation absorbed endless blood and kept rolling. A terrifying and monstrous blood qi gushed out, turning the entire void into a blood-red color. The void vibrated and a blood-red figure appeared. The killing formation of 10 directions emitted countless blood-colored mists, forming a blood-colored human figure that floated in the void. Looking at the blood-red figure, Lin Xian's pupils shrank, because he realized that the blood-red figure was very similar to the blurry figure that had appeared before. But this time, it wasn't as huge as before. Instead, it was sitting there like a normal person. Around him, endless killing aura circled and turned into swords and sabers. This is... Lin Xian frowned. The Crimson Dragon's eyes flickered. The people in the general's mansion were also shocked. Why would a blood-red figure appear in the 10-direction killing formation? What's the relationship between this figure and the killing formation? However, at this moment, Xian Feng exclaimed, "I know, this is the Killer God Phantom." What, the Killer God Phantom? Those King Realm experts exclaimed. They had never heard of it before. Xian Feng was extremely excited. His body trembled. That's right, the Killer God Phantom. It's definitely the Killer God Phantom, Xian Feng said excitedly when he saw the confusion of the people around him. Legend has it that the 10-direction killing formation was created by an extremely powerful array grandmaster in ancient times. Legend has it that in ancient times, this array grandmaster was fortunate enough to see a shocking sword mark. It was rumored that the sword scar was extremely terrifying, not scattering even after 1,000 years. This formation grandmaster had studied the sword scar for 300 years and felt the aura on it before he created the 10 directions absolute death formation. What? He had observed the sword scar for 300 years. What kind of sword scar was this? How could it be so terrifying? After hearing this, these King Realm Almighties were extremely shocked. They stopped attacking and fell into deep thought. After all, there was a mysterious crimson figure in the void. The aura that it exuded was much more terrifying than all of them combined. On the other side, Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon didn't make a move either. The two of them also frowned. He also wanted to know where this sword mark came from. It was said that it was caused by the divine sword, one of the 5 swords of the world. I didn't quite believe it before, but now that I've seen this scene, I'm finally convinced. Do you see that blood-colored vortex? I think that sword scar was left behind by the heaven-devouring sword, one of the 5 swords of the world. What? Heaven-devouring sword? Did such a thing really exist? Everyone exclaimed. They had only heard of the 5 swords of the world in legends. However, no one had really seen it. It hadn't appeared in the past few thousand years. In their opinion, it was just an ancient legend. But now, it seemed that wasn't the case. Perhaps such a supreme being really did exist. On the other side, Lin Xian was also stunned. In fact, he was even more shocked than these people. He didn't expect this 10 directions absolute death formation to be related to the heaven-devouring sword, one of the 5 swords of the world. One had to know that the heaven-devouring sword was in Lord Alcohol's hands. Lin Xian had even experienced the power of the heaven-devouring sword before. He didn't expect to see an array related to the heaven-devouring sword again. Thinking of this, he was in a daze. He didn't know how Lord Alcohol was doing. It had been a long time since there was any news of him. When the King Realm Almighties from the general's residence heard that this array was related to the heaven-devouring sword, they all became excited. Each of the 5 swords of the world was earth-shattering and terrifying. Legend had it that as long as one obtained one of them, they would become a supreme existence. One could imagine how terrifying they were. Now, the 10 Directions Absolute Death Formation was actually related to the heaven-devouring sword. Thinking about it, its power was definitely beyond their imagination. The blood-red figure in front of them was enough to prove it. The aura he emitted made one's hair stand on end. In fact, many people almost knelt on the ground. The corner of Xian Feng's mouth curled up into a sinister smile. He knew that the kid was dead for sure. Anyone who dared to go against such an array would definitely die. Perhaps even an almighty wouldn't be able to escape. In the next moment, he and the other King Realm Almighties activated the array with all their might. Buzz! Pirates must die! The blood-red figure sitting cross-legged in the void opened his eyes. Buzz! 2 blood-red eyes shot out, and the void in front of him shattered like a mirror. Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon's faces changed. Their bodies swayed, and they instantly left their original spot. Crack! 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 The place where they were originally standing was pierced through, and countless cracks appeared. There was even a pitch-black hole that kept shrinking. How terrifying! Behind them, the King Realm Almighties from the general's residence went crazy. Just one look was enough to shatter the void. This was definitely an almighty god of death. That kid was definitely dead. Kid, how dare you go against the general's residence? Today is the day you die. Let's see how you fight back this time. No one in this world can save you. These people sneered and quickly swallowed elixirs to recover their strength. At the same time, their eyes were fixed on the scene in front of them. In the sky, as the blood-red figure opened his eyes, an increasingly terrifying murderous aura filled the air. It made people want to kneel down and worship him. Lin Xian snorted. The dragon's shadow circled around his body like a god of war. The great dragon's sword soul shone brightly, blocking the terrifying murderous aura. However, his expression was extremely solemn. Humph, isn't it just a killing array? What's so great about it? Lin Xian snorted. Do you think you can stop me just because you are related to the sky-devouring sword? It's just a sword mark from the sky-devouring sword. It's not even the real sky-devouring sword. What's there to show off? Lin Xian's cold voice sounded. On the opposite side, Xian Feng and the rest sneered. Kid, you are too stupid. You don't know how terrifying the sky-devouring sword is. The 5 swords of the world, each of them is a supreme existence. Its power is beyond your imagination. With your cultivation level, you can't understand it. So, go to hell and slowly experience it. Xian Feng and the rest sneered. They looked at Lin Xian as if they were looking at a dead man. Lin Xian, on the other hand, had a look of disdain. He doesn't know the power of the 5 swords of the world? What a joke! In the entire world, no one knew it better than him. Chapter 22-29. The Sword Spirit of the Great Dragon Sword. One of the 5 swords in the world was in his body. This was the sword spirit of the Great Dragon Sword. It was an offensive saint technique between heaven and earth. As for the blood-red figure, it was only related to the sky-devouring sword. In a real fight, it was no match for Lin Xian. Of course, Lin Xian did not dare to be careless. After all, the blood-red figure had absorbed the blood of countless experts. Its energy was indeed terrifying. In the next moment, he held the ancient sword in his hand, and the dragon aura on his body became even brighter. Today, let me break this formation of yours. I will let you know that there is nothing in the general's residence that can stop me. In the next moment, Lin Xian waved the ancient sword, and streaks of terrifying sword chi gushed out and slashed forward. He dared to make a move? He was courting death. Just you wait, he will be killed in an instant. The people below sneered. In the air, a few streaks of sword chi flew out. It was extremely terrifying, and like lightning, it continuously descended. When they arrived in front of the blood-red figure, the light in the blood-red figure's eyes became brighter and brighter, and an earth-shattering murderous aura erupted from his body. Accompanying it was the energy of countless experts. The crimson figure was formed from the blood of countless experts. Its power was absolutely terrifying when it was unleashed at this moment. It was even more terrifying than the 10th streak of sword chi. Boom! In an instant, the sky full of sword chi was shattered and turned into nothingness. The terrifying murderous aura, mixed with the blood-red light, rushed in all directions. Among them, even more charged towards Lin Xian. Boom! Boom! Lin Xian was hit by the impact and kept retreating. There was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Seeing this scene, the people from the general's residence laughed complacently. Xian Feng's eyes were even colder. Humph, kid, so what if you are strong? In front of this killing formation, there is no way you can survive. The blood-red figure's eyes flickered. Although it was not a real life, there was a trace of mockery in its eyes at this moment. Humph! Lin Xian snorted and wiped the blood at the corner of his mouth. His eyes gradually became sharp. The power was not bad. It was indeed powerful. But so what? This little bit of power is not enough to defeat me. I'll show you what true power is. As he spoke, Lin Xian let out a furious roar as an unparalleled sword chi erupted from his body. A dragon-shaped shadow completely enveloped him. Then it let out a loud dragon roar. A terrifying battle prowess erupted from his body. At this moment, Lin Xian was like a god of war, unstoppable. Kill! With a furious roar, the heavens and earth shook. A terrifying sword light shot out from Lin Xian's hand and slashed forward. Boom! Boom! The red light that filled the sky shattered, unable to withstand the aura of the sword Dao. Below, Xian Feng and the other almighties were horrified. Many people trembled and knelt on the ground. Damn it! How could this be? How could this brat have such a powerful combat strength? They were all going crazy because they discovered that the other party's combat strength was like a bottomless pit that could be infinitely increased. Boom! There was an earth-shattering collision. The crimson aura that filled the sky was slashed apart. The terrifying aura of the sword Dao came directly above the crimson figure. It slashed down from the sky. Boom! The crimson figure raised a palm and blocked the terrifying sword chi. But in the next moment, his palm was slashed apart. Not only that, half of his body was also slashed into two. What? How could this be? Seeing that the other party had slashed apart the illusionary figure, Xian Feng and the rest went crazy. Wasn't this the mysterious figure related to the sky-swallowing sword? He should be extremely terrifying. How could he be killed in an instant? They could not believe it, but in the next moment they were stunned, because the crimson figure that was slashed into two gradually healed and was unharmed. He was fine. He was not injured at all. These people almost bit off their tongues. What kind of superpower was this? Immortal body. They were too shocked. With such a terrifying sword chi, even a peerless almighty would be killed if he was hit. However, the crimson figure was completely unharmed. That's great. This figure was not a real life. As long as the energy was still there, he would not be killed. An old man said in a deep voice. His face was full of excitement, and after the others heard, they also came to a realization. Indeed, this was condensed from the blood of a powerhouse. As long as the energy of the blood was not extinguished, the crimson figure could exist forever. Thinking of this, they laughed wildly again. Kid, no matter how powerful your sword Dao is, you can't kill this crimson figure at all. When your strength is exhausted, there is only one outcome for you, and that is to be killed. Lin Xian also frowned. The other party could actually heal. It was indeed beyond his expectations. But so what? The great dragon, Sword Soul, destroyed everything. How could it be healed so easily? Lin Xian did not make a move again. Instead, he looked ahead, coldly. Sure enough, in the next moment, the crimson figure suddenly let out a roar. Then, the crimson light all over his body surged. That healed body split open again. Damn it! What happened? That kid made a move? Seeing this scene, the people from the general's residence in the distance were all stunned. They clearly did not see the other party make a move. So how could the crimson figure split open again? Could it be that the other party's sword chi was so fast that they could not catch it? But how was that possible? They could also see the sword chi of a peerless almighty, unless the other party was an invincible king. However, this was simply impossible. Why was the crimson figure injured? They did not know, so they were all terrified. Roar! In the sky, the crimson figure roared crazily, letting out a thunderous sound. His blood-red body was split in half again. Fine strands of sword chi swam around the wound, preventing it from healing. That's right, this was the power of the great dragon Sword Soul. No matter how strong the other party was, how could it be destroyed? It's useless. Stop struggling. You can't resist my sword chi at all. Seeing that you are related to the sky-devouring sword, I can give you a quick death. Sword light erupted from Lin Xian's body again. He slowly raised the ancient dragon abyss sword in his hand. Boom! Boom! However, although the crimson figure was split into two again, he did not die. He grabbed at the sky with both hands. Countless crimson light streaked across, and hundreds of palm shadows covered the sky. Among them, countless palm shadows grabbed onto the 9 banners and waved them non-stop. The 9 crimson flags danced wildly in the sky. It caused a crimson gust of wind to blow between heaven and earth. It whistled incessantly as if an evil spirit was out. However, something even more shocking happened. The bodies of the powerful almighties in the distance suddenly exploded, turning into a bloody mist. Damn it, what happened? These people screamed and fled into the distance.